The council will come to order. Please use the e-vote application to record your presence at this time. If you need some help logging in, raise your hand, and the clerk staff will come and assist you. But we need to get started.
Burnett, you still need to hit present. Harrison's not popping up. Okay, go on.
Sheep up, Vasquez. He was distracted. He was having a conversation.
Remember to hit confirm your vote. Cast your vote, please.
I have to take you guys out of guided access if it's free.
Hey! that is rough.
It was kind of funny though.
Alderman Zalewski Garza. Alderman Lopez, can you please cast your vote for present? Did you hit cast your vote? Taylor's not here, Maldonado. Carlos is not here, nope. Everyone but Riley.
This is like Jurassic Park, the municipal government version.
I don't need a casino as many as this one.
It's gonna be a fun day.
Oh my God.
We're gonna be here until 5. What? We're gonna be here so many. I know.
The vote is now closed.
All right, all members present have been recorded. I don't know how many people are here. Hey, Peter, I don't know how many people are here. There are 41 members present, 9 that are absent. We have a quorum. Ladies and gentlemen,
Alderman Coleman, I will mark you for the record.
all right, Alderman Taylor's all coming. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge of allegiance. Please remain standing. And the invocation will be delivered this morning by Pastor Reginald Sharp of the Fellowship Missionary Baptist Church. Pastor, the floor is yours.
Well, good morning to everyone.
Good morning.
It is a joy to be here with you all this morning, to our mayor, to our city clerk, and to our city council, especially to the leader of our 3rd Ward, Alderman Pat Dowell, who asked me specifically not to pray too long today, and to the leader of the 17th Ward, our Deacon Alderman David Moore. So if he's not acting like a Christian, come find me. Let us center our hearts and our minds for a word of prayer. God, we are grateful for this day. We're grateful for this time. We pause and realize that 2 years ago, we were in the middle of an uncertain season. And God, we thank you for bringing us over difficult hills, tumultuous storms, and trying situations. God, we thank you for the leadership of this city, and we ask that you continue to endow each of them with your wisdom. God, our city needs you. Those who are in disinvested communities need you, God. And so we are your hands, your feet, your voices, and your eyes on the earth. So use us and remind us that if there is a river, we can cross it. If there's hope, we can share it. If there's a goal, we can meet it. If there's a building, we can construct it. If there's a painting, we can draw it. If there's a lesson, we can learn it. If there's a mountain, we can climb it. If there's a valley, we can walk it. If there's a cross, we can bear it. If there's a storm, we can survive it. If there's a test, we can pass it. If there's a sky, we can touch it. If there's a blessing, we can receive it. If there's love, we can give it. If there's joy, we can have it. If there's hate, we can kill it. If there's a dream, we can reach it. If there's an award, we can earn it. If there's a game, we can win it. If there's a calling, we can answer it. If there's a mission, we can complete it. If there's drama, we can get over it. If there's pettiness, we can ignore it. If there's shadiness, we can shine through it. If there's mesh, we can outgrow it. If there's a college, we can attend it. If there's a military, we can join it. If there's a job, we can work it. If there's a book, we can write it. If there's a hell, we can miss it. If there's a heaven, we could get it. If there's a devil, we can defeat him. If there's a God, we can trust him. And if there is a new electronic voting system, we can get used to it. Bless us. In your name we pray. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for public comment.
The council will now begin the public comment period, which is limited to a maximum of 30 minutes. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes. Speakers cannot yield or transfer their time to another speaker. Any written comments that have been submitted will be posted and made available for automatic review. Our first speaker is Shauna Mason L.
Hi, my name is Shavonna Mason L. I am a Moorish American honoring Noble Jew Ali. I am also a Garveyite honoring the Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey. And I am here today honoring and on behalf of the advocates for indigenous, Native Black American rights. Today, I'm here to acknowledge and support the resolution to commemorate the March 25th, this Friday, the 21st anniversary of the International Day of Remembrance for the victims of slavery and the transatlantic slave trade. which we all know and recognize was a huge injustice to our people. It is critical that we acknowledge this day. It is critical that we give honorance to the many ancestors who walked into the sea to death because they knew that bondage was not their answer, was not their solution. So for this day, March 25th, we want to acknowledge the fact that what happened to Black Americans has happened to no other race. We want to acknowledge that the legacy and that the remembrance of our people be remembered today and days forward. That what we do today will not be forgotten. And who they were yesterday is why we're here today, right? So we want to acknowledge that. We want to preserve their legacy so that we may stand today and the days before and do the work that needs to be done in order for our people to understand the integrity, the morale, the principality that comes with sacrifice, right? That our ancestors sacrificed their lives, that an injustice was made. And if the United Nations has recognized this, we too must recognize that this is an injustice, that this is a America that will right its wrongs and acknowledge the fact that slavery was a wrong. It was wrong, right? So in acknowledging March 25th, Friday, will set precedent to the youth, to the citizens of Chicago, that when we acknowledge the past, we make a way to go forward. That is something that's not being taught. That is why there is so much trauma. That is why there is so much crime, poverty, because we're not acknowledging the past. We're not acknowledging the legacy that took place. But when we commemorate what happened on March 25th, that the United Nations acknowledge that.
Thank you, Ms. L., for your comments. Our next speaker is Minister Robert Plum.
We'onya shalom and good morning to everyone. We'onya shalom or hua. We don't die, we multiply. Black is beautiful, Black power, and Black music. Thank you very much. We appreciate you, and especially our Mayor, Lori Lightfoot. This is Mayor Harold Washington's son, and we are getting ready for his birthday, April 15th. And we'd like to invite you, Mayor Lori Lightfoot, and all of the aldermen and city of Chicago. A lot of the brothers and sisters and people see me around, and praise God that Chicago today is all 23s, different, but like Oprah Winfrey, the sisters, different, but like Michael Jordan. But we also remember Michael Jackson, born 1958. He's a 23, like you and me. Today is March the 23rd, no doubt, 2020. And we're going to be in Harold Washington Park all day. And we're inviting everybody to come on by. Harold Washington Park at 51st and Hyde Park to 53rd. And that's my daddy, y'all. I want you to remember Harold is just like remembering yourself. Remember, he promoted, we must plump the whole community. So we are plumping it up in peace, love, unity, marketing people, and that is you. And we also are promoting freedom, justice, equality, economics, and unity. Unity is our key. And like the sister said too, representing the red, black, and green, the Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey, but I also represent myself and the Honorable Noble Drew Ali and the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. This is why we have to go all the way according to what the people say. I remember the greatest thing that Mayor Washington did is he listened to the people, Miss Mayor, Madam. He listened to the people. And listening is the key to success, breeds success, to help all of us in Chicago. We love Chicago. Harold loves Chicago, promoting freedom, justice, equality, economics. Everybody in unity, everybody can help stop the violence in the community. We're going to work with you, and you work with us, because I do represent the community. And we thank you for every day. You can go to our website, which is the Harold Washington Foundation.net, or you can Zelle us.
Mr. Plump, thank you very much for your comments. However, your time has expired. Our next speaker is Mama D.
Hallelujah, greetings. Mama D, Eve Angel, Yah Nubian, Yah as in hallelujah, the actual YHWH, the actual Hebrew sacred name for God. And every time you say the word that means the most high praise, hallelujah, you are saying his name. I am here as an advocate for Indigenous Native Black American rights in support of the resolution for commemorating March 25th, the 21st anniversary of the International Day of Remembrance for the Victims of Slavery and the Transatlantic Slave Trade. This day was established on August 31st, 2001, when the United Nations voted slavery a crime against humanity, said it always has been, and recommended reparations for descendants. In addition to that, they said that the world community needed to honor the memory of the victims of these tragedies. And so for 21 years, the world has been commemorating this day, except for the United States of America. When that vote was taken and reparations was recommended, Clayton Powell, representing the United States, and a person from Israel, they walked out of the meeting. And for 21 years, they have refused to join the world community and honor the memory of the victims of these tragedies. In addition, 2015 to 2024 was designated as a decade to rectify the police killings of Black men and boys, massive school closings, and disproportionate arrests. They held hearings. The United Nations had hearings at Chicago State University to condemn these things. It has been 8 years, no elected official, no talk show host, no civil rights leader or organization has honored that decade, and it's been 8 years already. So we are here to say, and they also said that they needed a more permanent memorial. So they established the Ark of Return at the headquarters of the United Nations to commemorate the victims of the slavery and the transatlantic slave trade. We are not like everybody else. What happened to us did not happen to other people. Other people came by choice. They from countries. They are immigrants. We came in chains, stolen from a continent. We are crimes against humanity descended. And I say a man can't ride your back.
Ms. Mamadi, thank you very much for your comments. However, your time has expired. Our next speaker is George Blakemore.
Yes, I'm here. I'm still here. I listened to you, Mama D, when you said the only people that was enslaved in America was Black people. I listened to you when you said the Jews, Israel, and America did not recognize this. I'm asking all of you, why didn't they? Why didn't America recognize? Why didn't the Jewish people recognize that? Why? That's the big word question. Why didn't they? Racism. Racism. And I also listened to you, Mama D. You said we're the only people that was enslaved in America. Was the Hispanic enslaved in America? No. Was the white Irish enslaved in America? No. Was the Asian enslaved in America? No. No. The only one, only black people, and the audacity for the United States of America to walk out. And Israel also to walk out, not to recognize this. Yes, you owe us reparation, but when do we want it? Now. When do we want it? Now. So racism is very alive, and guess what? It's alive right here in City Council. These white folks run this council. Even the Hispanic got more power. Where's black power? White power. White lives matter. White lives matter. Hispanic lives matter. And the audacity that I had to come down here and see all these white policemen. Where are the black policemen? You got the right one. You got the right one. Mama D, you did your thing. Now Mr. Blakemore gonna do his thing. Old, poor, and black. Don't have a pot to piss in and one to throw it out. But I am somebody. Why didn't America recognize this day? Why didn't the Jewish people recognize this day? They talking about the Holocaust in Germany. The black Holocaust was enslaved in America. You hear me, you see me, and the ancestors appreciate me.
Mr. Blakemore, thank you very much for your comments. However, your time has expired. Our next speaker is Rochelle King.
Hello. Okay. Hi, Madam Mayor Lori Lightfoot. How are you? First, let me start off by saying I think you're doing an awesome job. I seen you this morning. I was like, hi, Mayor, hi. I salute you as well. I think you're doing an awesome job. You're doing a wonderful job. That's what I think. And I think sometimes just go with what you know. We're praying for you. We have your back. We appreciate you. And we want you respected on all levels. We do, Mayor Lightfoot. I wanted to talk about a couple of things. I want to first see if I could meet with you in private for like 5 minutes. And then I have a lot of things that I want to talk about. And one of the things that's heavy on my heart on Lawrence and Lakeshore Drive, where they living in tents. Every time I pass that, because I live in the Gold Coast, and every time I pass there, it really does something to me, Mayor. I can spearhead it and do some things as well. I've been feeding the homeless, black, white, red, and green for more than 20 years I have. And then I also want to talk about the unity that we don't have in the city of Chicago, because we all know, Mayor Lightfoot, you can't do it in 8 years. Even if you was in office for 8 years, you can't do it all by yourself. Now, I don't believe in any police brutality or injustices or whatever, but I am glad that we have the police, Caucasians, Blacks, Hispanics, and all. Like Sergeant Peters downstairs, he's the Dow. He's so very, very kind when you first walk into City Hall. He's very, very nice, and a couple of more police officers down there. So I thank God for the police of all race, because I don't even want to see the city without policemen. I don't even want to see the city. I think we should come together in Chicago, because we don't know when the attack can come or anything. We need to get along and just all come together, whether it's black, white, Hispanic, red, green, or orange. And you're doing the very best that you can, Mayor Lightfoot. You can only do what you can do. You can only do what you can do. I think, again, just like I said some minutes ago, it is imperative, let me reiterate and say it again. You're doing an excellent job. You can only do so much. I think your service is outstanding and extraordinary. But I would like to see if I could talk to you in private for even just 5 minutes. I know that you're very, very busy. I know that you're very busy. And so I just really thank God for you. And a lot of us is praying for you. And we want you to keep up the good work. And we salute you, Mira Lori Lightfoot. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your service. I think we can't say that enough. We can't say it enough. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And my name is Miss King, by the way. Thank you. Have a great day and keep up the good work. Keep up the good work.
Thank you, Ms. King, for your comments. Our next speaker is Paula Skoniecki. Ms. Skoniecki, are you there? Please press star 69 to unmute. Our next speaker is Peter Shoshinska.
In early September of 2021, the council became aware of Alderperson Gardner's aberrant behaviors. It took the Cook County Democratic Party 6 weeks to write a letter rebuking Gardner's actions. After 6 months and a timid CYA Gardner non-apology, the combined efforts of the Board of Ethics, the Office of the Inspector General, the City Council Committee on Ethics and Government Oversight, and the City Council itself have produced nothing. As a reminder, here is the text of the Cook County Democratic Party letter rebuking Gardner's behaviors. The Cook County Democratic Party has undertaken an appropriate inquiry. It has taken into account media reports, social media postings, and committee person Gardner's public remarks and written response regarding his conduct. The party has confirmed that he has employed misogynistic, homophobic, and obscene language and engaged in verbal harassment against a colleague, a staff member of another, and his own constituents. There are numerous examples of personal invectives and insults, uncontrolled rants, and verbal abuses accompanied by the boorish, obnoxious, repugnant, rude, and vulgar conduct over the past 2 years. These actions, the epitome of incivility, are abhorrent and despicable, have no place in the public discourse, and bring disrepute upon our party. Because this continuing course of conduct has no home in our party, we will not stand silent in the face of such bigotry. The words and actions by an elected public and party official do not represent the values and vision of the Cook County Democratic Party. We make it abundantly clear that we will not condone this type of behavior from one of our members and consequently officially and formally rebuke and disapprove of his actions. And in addition, a quotation from Gardner's cell phone lawsuit. Quote, U.S. District Judge John Robert Blakey wrote that George's allegations sufficiently showed the defendants, Gardner, Sikonich, and CPD, conduct could have had no conceivable legitimate purposes or rational basis. Remember that Ward Superintendent Sikonich had his machine gun seized by the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. Sikonich, a former CDOT temporary asphalt laborer, was hired by the Department of Streets and Sanitation as superintendent despite having none of the required qualifications for the job. Some council members have spoken out about Gardner's aberrant behavior. Kudos to them. Silence means consent. Council's silence about Gardner's aberrant behaviors means that the council consents. Do better.
Thank you, Mr. Chosinka, for your comments. Our next speaker is Paula Skoniecki.
Paula, please press star 6 to unmute.
Our next speaker is Kushama Sawant.
My name is Shama Sawant. I am a member of Socialist Alternative, and I am currently the longest-serving member of the Seattle City Council. I am calling to urge the Chicago City Council to vote yes on the resolution in solidarity with Starbucks workers in Chicago and across the nation who have launched a courageous campaign to unionize. By voting yes on this resolution, Chicago elected officials would call on Starbucks Corporation to accept card check neutrality, which is recognizing a union when a majority of workforce signs union cards. If Starbucks workers in Chicago unionize, the resolution further urges Starbucks to bargain a fair contract. I want to thank Alderman Byron Siccho Lopez, who, like me, is a member of the Democratic Socialists of America and an independent working class representative, for originally bringing this resolution forward and speaking at an incredible Tri-City press conference last month alongside Starbucks workers in Chicago, Minneapolis, and Seattle. By voting yes on this resolution today, the Chicago City Council would join the Seattle City Council, which last month voted unanimously in favor of a similar resolution that my office brought forward in solidarity with Starbucks workers. Workers at more than 150 Starbucks stores in 27 states have announced their intent to unionize. Yesterday, I was proud to attend the union election by workers in the first Starbucks store to win their union election in Seattle and on the West Coast. There is huge support for the union effort, but we are up against a giant corporation with 9,000 stores nationwide and a brutal union busting track record. When workers in Buffalo, New York first announced their union drive last year, the company sent an army of more than 100 managers as part of an intimidation campaign. Starbucks has threatened workers, closed down stores, slashed hours in shameful attempt to force pro-union workers to quit, and blatantly fired pro-union workers in retaliation. Last year, former CEO Kevin Johnson got a 39% pay raise to over $20 million, and the company's revenue increased by 24%. Instead of paying their employees a living wage and providing full affordable health care to all employees, Starbucks is spending as much as $132,000 per day on union-busting lawyers. The company's top legal counsel receives a salary of over $5 million. Just last week, Starbucks brought former CEO Howard Schultz out of retirement. Schultz, who incidentally resides in District 3 in Seattle, the city council district I have been elected from, is a notorious union-busting billionaire. When Schultz bought Starbucks in 1987, Seattle workers had unionized and signed the first contract, winning crucial gains that included health care for part-time workers. In his first act as CEO, Schultz set about destroying the union, and the only reason he is back again is to carry out a similar ruthless campaign. Workers cannot rely on the bosses or their political representatives, but on working class solidarity and escalating the union movement and having a fighting approach to win the union and a good contract. Socialist Alternative and union members will join Seattle Starbucks workers at a public rally April 23rd, demanding a starting wage of $20 an hour. I urge City Chicago workers to also do that.
Thank you for your comments. However, your time has expired. Our next speaker is Romeo Dixion.
Romeo Dixon is not here.
Our next speaker is Linda Jennings.
Linda, please press *6 to unmute.
Good morning, Mayor Lightfoot and Alderman. My name is Linda Jennings, and I'm a member of the South Shore Community Obama CBA Coalition. I've lived in South Shore since 1958 and a lifelong resident of Chicago with a love for my community. Thank you for allowing me to speak at today's City Council meeting. We have very critical issues engulfing our city. Our South Shore community is in the footprint of the Obama Center in Jackson Park. While we're excited about its creation, we're concerned about the renters, condo, and homeowners in our community. Our concerns stem from gentrification and displacement. Our current residents want to continue to live and thrive in the South Shore community. South Shore is over 50% renters and an elderly and condo owner population. The median income in South Shore is $26,000 with an elderly population on fixed income. The median age demographic is 35 years old. South Shore community has the highest voucher holders in Chicago. We need safeguards to stop the purging and displacement of our community. The South Shore CBA Coalition is asking Lightfoot, Alderman Harrison, Alderman Greg Mitchell to ensure protections for South Shore residents by enacting following demands: enact the Choose to Own Homeowners Program, Real Estate Acquisition Program, affordable housing on vacant land, and which will set aside some city-owned vacant lots for affordable housing. Private developers will seize more opportunities to acquire and develop properties, increasing rents, which will increase market values. Number 5, long-term homeowners improvement grants. Condo owners can be costly due to rising assessments to maintain aging structures. Structure maintenance is costly. 3 out of 10 homeowners struggle with mortgage, rising assessments, and property taxes. Home and condo owners need funds to maintain their properties directly. Some of our members have resided in South Shore for over 50 years. Our hallmark life experiences were lived in South Shore. We want to continue to experience our life forces in our community. We are standing up against displacement and high rent exploitation. We have other solutions too long to include. Again, thank you for the opportunity to address the council.
Thank you, Ms. Jennings, for your comments. Our final speaker is Paula Skiniecki.
Hello, this is Paula Skiniecki. Sorry for previously because I was informed to press #6 instead of *6. Yes, hello, Mayor Lightfoot, Alderman Greg Mitchell, 7th Ward Alderman, Susan Sedlowski Garza, 10th Ward Alderman, and City Council members. I am a parishioner from St. Michael the Archangel South Shore Church in the 7th Ward at 8237 South Shore Drive, Chicago, Illinois, 60617. I am a 4th generation parishioner of the church, and I want to landmark the interior and exterior of the church. Our church was recently closed, and the deconcentration of the church is imminent. When these churches are closed, they can be landmarked without the owner's permission. The church was built in 1892 by Polish immigrants that left Poland to come to the United States to build a better life. They worked hard at U.S. Steel Mill, which was in the neighborhood, and U.S. Steel donated the steel to build the church. The church is a beautiful cathedral of Roman Catholic. It is like cathedrals that you find in Europe, such as St. Peter's in Rome, Italy, and Notre Dame in Paris, France. Chicago is fortunate to have its own landmark-worthy cathedrals. St. Michael the Archangel is such a cathedral, and it should be landmarked of the interior and exterior. It has the largest stained glass windows in the city of Chicago, along with beautiful wooden altar and communion rails. The exterior is made of all brick. The architect was William Brickman, which was well known of an architect. The church welcomed parishioners of Polish, Mexican, African American descents. Please, we need your help to landmark St. Michael the Archangel Church in South Shore of the interior and exterior of the church. Interior and exterior. We want it to remain a Catholic sacred space. Thank you for all of your help. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Skiniecki, for your comments. Your Honor, there are no other speakers who have timely signed up for the public comment period.
This concludes the public comment period. Next up, we have 4 resolutions today. So I'm going to just remind folks in advance, there are 4. We want to honor them and get through them. So we're going to begin with a resolution suggested by Alderman Silverstein of the 50th Ward to honor Chicago Police Department members involved in the arrest of an assailant charged with multiple hate crimes in the 50th Ward. Will then be followed by a congratulatory resolution for Dr. Ngazi Nzike, the former director of the Illinois Department of Public Health, a resolution in recognition of Women's History Month, which will be led by Alderwoman Hairston, and then a resolution honoring the centennial birth of Harold. The chair recognizes Alderman Mitchell.
President, I move for the temporary suspension of the rules for the immediate consideration of these resolutions.
Hearing no objection, so ordered. Again, in the interest of respecting people's times, we will forego the formal reading of these resolutions. The first is a congratulatory resolution for members of the Chicago Police Department. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Silverstein.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this resolution. In January, we commemorated International Holocaust Remembrance Day, when people all over the world came together to say never again to bigotry and anti-Semitism. Tragically, just days after the world took a stand against hatred, it reared its ugly head in my community. In the last weekend of January, multiple anti-Semitic incidences struck the 50th Ward. Windows were smashed at places of worship and Jewish-owned businesses, and swastikas were drawn on synagogues and schools. Just hours after the incidences were reported, the police had enough evidence to take the offender into custody, and he has since been charged with 4 hate crimes. The 24th District Police Department's response to these horrible crimes was truly amazing. Anti-Semitism is tragically on the rise. Incidences like the one that occurred in the 50th Ward happen on a daily basis around the globe. Hateful speech can be heard all over, from the floor of Congress to Whoopi Goldberg on The View. The same hate that targeted our community is being seen everywhere, where bigoted speech thrives and brutal dictators throw our world back into chaos and war. The only way to combat hate is through love, and the outpouring of support and response to these hateful anti-Semitic incidences have been staggering. It is clear that the 50th Ward's Jewish community does not stand alone. Immediately following the hate crimes, Mayor Lightfoot and the local police commanders joined me to meet with rabbis and community leaders to reassert our city's commitment to protect our communities. The next day, Superintendent Braun came to the 50th Ward to announce the hate crime charges against the offender. In the days after the incidents, support poured in from city, state, county, and federal representatives. Consul General Yanam Cohen also toured the neighborhood to let everyone know that the state of Israel stands with the local Jewish community. Faith partners, including ICNA Relief and the Illinois Muslim Civic Coalition also sent heartwarming letters of solidarity. The 50th Ward is one of the most diverse communities in the city of Chicago. There is nowhere else in the city where kosher bakeries, Indian restaurants, and Muslim bookstores share space, or where you can find synagogues, mosques, Hindu temples, and churches on the same avenue. Everyone is welcome, and everyone feels like they belong here. Diversity is our strength, but it is vital that everyone feels safe. Safe to practice their religion and pray where and how they choose. Safe to shop in one of our stores or walk down our streets without fear of being victimized because of the way they look or dress. Safe to live their lives. This horrible anti-Semitism threatened to shatter the spirit of brotherhood and peace that our community enjoys. We all need to feel safe. All of our places of worship must be protected. The fast and decisive action of the local police in protecting our community and the outpouring of support from across the spectrum has made it clear that hate has no place here. On behalf of the residents of the 50th Ward, I want to publicly thank the police officers who acted so swiftly and diligently in arresting the offender and keeping our community safe. You are always there for us. You have an extremely difficult job, and I want you to know how much we appreciate you. Thank you to the 24th District Commander Joseph Brennan and to Sergeant Sean Sisk of the 24th District CAPS Office and Officers Roger Heath Jr. and Michael Specht of the 24th District Place of Worship Safety Advisory Team. Thank you to 3rd Watch Sergeant Christopher Stahula and the entire 2406 mission team led by Sergeant Syed Quadri. Also, I want to thank Area 3 Detectives Jonathan Reeder and Saud Haydari. Thank you to everyone who has acted to keep the 50th Ward safe. Thank you to everyone who has stood up to say bigotry and anti-Semitism will not be tolerated in the city of Chicago. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderwoman. And ladies and gentlemen, we have in the visitors box with us a number of members of the department who are responsible for responding. Hopefully I have the complete list, starting with Commander Joseph Brennan. Commander, I told you at the time, and I'll say it again here publicly, you did a tremendous job. Tremendous job in leading, but also a tremendous job in understanding and empathizing with the members of that community who were scared by what they were experiencing and worried that more would come. So thank you, not only for the hard work, working with the Detective Division, but really being incredibly responsive to the community. We all owe you a debt of thanks. Also, we have William Klukas, Captain, Sergeant of Cabs, Sean Sisk, Police Officer in Cabs, Roger Heath Jr., another Cabs Police Officer, Michael Sprecht, Sergeant of the Third Watch, Christopher Stakula, the mission team, there are a number of mission team members here, Saeed Quadri, Enos Menovic, Slovik Skakupa, Arthur Tomkow, Maureen Boyle, Soheeb Zaib, Somer Imad, and the Detective Division also did a tremendous work, ladies and gentlemen. Jonathan Reeder, a detective in Area 3, Saeed Hadiri, a detective in Area 3, Colin O'Shea, a detective in Area 3, and Mohammed Hamdia, also a detective in Area 3. So thank you, gentlemen. There are more members of the council who wish to speak. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Michelle Smith.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I, too, wish to support this resolution and also particularly want to note that the sponsor, Deb Silverstein, is a terrific and a fearless representative of, indeed, probably the most diverse community in the city of Chicago. But today is a day I really want to thank you for performing a key part of your mission, which is to make us all feel safe in places that are important to us. Our homes, our places of worship, and of course, our local businesses. Your heroism and kindness, I feel from the bottom, I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. At my synagogue, we have special plans that we have in case we're attacked. There have been drills, there have been lectures, and to feel, we hear today sometimes from young people that they don't know if it's safe to get bar mitzvahed because they're worried someone will come in and shoot them. So we are in, indeed, a very difficult time, and you are helping us preserve one of the most important parts of the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution that our founders decided was one of the core principles of America, freedom to worship in a way that we choose. So thank you again. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman Smith. The chair recognizes Alderman Napolitano.
President, I rise in support of this resolution. I would like to thank my colleague for writing this resolution in appreciation of what the officers do. Heartfelt from me to you. Thank you for all you do. Thank you for standing strong. You are appreciated and you are loved. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman. The chair recognizes Alderman Taliaferro.
I too rise in support of this resolution and want to thank the officers of the 24th District for their quick response. And you guys, many of you I've had an opportunity to work with, and one of you, we served as partners in the 24th District a while back. I just want to thank you for your continued work and success in proving to the city that you are indeed our heroes. So thank you so much, and it's good to see you guys again. Thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman Taliaferro. The chair recognizes Alderman Haddon.
I too rise in support of this resolution. It's great to see members of the 24th District down here in City Council getting your due and your congratulations. Commander Brennan, Sergeant Sisk, the rest of the team, we really appreciate you in the 49th Ward as well. We're fortunate enough to be all encompassed in the 24th District. And also just want to give special thanks, lifting up Alderwoman Silverstein's work on this effort, and just saying that is awful, as these attacks were, and so many of the challenges and threats that we face in the city. This was a great opportunity, and I think an opportunity for our residents and for Chicago to see what happens when all of our city services and our public safety team are given the opportunity to do what you guys do best. So I appreciate the work that you've done, what you do for our communities, and proud to be in the 24th District.
Thank you, Alderman. The chair recognizes Alderman Nugent.
Madam President, I too rise in support of this resolution and would like to thank my neighboring alderwoman and colleague Deborah Silverstein for introducing this important resolution. To our friends here from the 24th District, please accept my gratitude for the work that you did, as well as the folks from Area 3 and 5. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman. The chair recognizes Alderman Sposato.
Thank you, Madam President. I too would like to, sit for this resolution. Commander Brennan, I just want to congratulate you on, I know it's about leadership, Joe, so I know you're going to say they did all the work, Nick, and but it's all about good leadership and leading guys and hard work and dedication. So appreciate all you guys did and the seriousness you took this and your quick action to find this individual. My colleague Deborah Silverstein mentioned some famous people that some of the anti-Semitic remarks they make. She did miss one person, a former senator, thinks he's a funny man, some comments he made, but that's okay, Deb. We know who we're talking about. But just great job. Just want to recognize you guys for just awesome teamwork and working together on this and as fast as you found solved this. So appreciate everything you guys do. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman. The chair recognizes Alderman Lopez.
Thank you, Madam President, and good morning, members of the City Council. I too rise in support of this resolution. And I first want to say thank you to our colleague for bringing this to the forefront, for defending your residents, and indeed standing up for everyone who's ever been targeted because they were different, hated because they were not as the hater. That is unacceptable. And a few months ago, we said we can't just remember, we must act. And I'm very thankful that you continue to act for your community and indeed all our communities. To the officers, commanders, sergeant, detectives, everyone here, it is so wonderful to have police officers in that box being recognized again by this body. It has been far too long since we've had officers commended for the great work that we all know you do. I'm not going to speculate why, because I don't care. All I know is what you guys know and what your families know every day, that you are heroes answering the call when our citizens ask. And today, you're being recognized for solving and addressing a very heinous act in the North Side, in your district, 24th District, in the 50th Ward. But we know that story's replicated 49 other times in districts all across this city. So I thank you. I hope you go back and tell your colleagues, the brave men and women who put on that badge every day hoping to come home to their families, that there is love in this room for you, that there is compassion and happiness to see you. And I challenge all our members, and you as well, Madam President, to let this not be the last time that we have officers in this body being recognized, but we bring back the tradition of recognizing our officers and first responders at every meeting so that our citizens can see this platform and see the good work that our officers do and not just hear the negative headlines that are reported out. Thank you, Madam President.
The chair recognizes Alderman Curtis.
Thank you, Madam President. I too rise to support this resolution. I want to thank my colleague, Alderman Silverstein, for writing this resolution. This city, with all the things that's going on, doesn't have time or efforts to tolerate hate. I want to commend all of you for a job well done. Always stay ready, steadfast, and stay prayed up. Thank all of you from all of us. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman Curtis. The chair recognizes Alderman Vasquez.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Good morning, everyone. I want to first thank our colleague, Deborah Silverstein, really for your leadership. I think we all understand as members of this council how traumatized and concerned people are on a normal day-to-day basis after a pandemic and everything we've gone through. So to have an additional attack, I know how it can just frighten and fracture people. So the fact that you were there to lead and work with CPD and everyone else, I just want to commend you and thank you for that and for being a tireless champion for the community. I also wanted to thank the 24th District. We are fortunate as well in the 40th Ward to work with them. Thank you, Commander Brennan, Sergeant Sisk, and the rest of you all for all the work that you do every day. I also share that prior to being elected, Sergeant Sisk is one of the people that really taught me more nuance about law enforcement and figuring out a balance. So when we talk about accountability, we also think about the sacrifices people make in the role. And so I wanted to thank you and everyone on the force for what you do. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman Vasquez. Any other members of the body wish to speak to this resolution? Alderman Austin.
Thank you, Madam President. I too rise to be associated with this resolution and to also thank my colleague for bringing it forth. For Deb to be in the 50th Ward, the furthest on the north, and me being the 34th Ward, the farthest on the south. But for all of the police officers that are here today, from the far south side, we commend each and every one of you all. Racism and hate is not accepted anywhere. And then for you to have taken on that mantle to stamp that out, as the pastor said, where there's hate, let there be love. If we can get that instilled in all of our residents of the city of Chicago, we wouldn't have to have any of the law enforcement. But we know that that's not going to happen. But we want to say thank you for a job well done, for a job well done in the 24th, but throughout the city of Chicago. I like Alderman Lopez. It is just a joy to see our police officers here with us once more and again. And we're grateful for the efforts that you have put forth in the 50th Ward. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman. Any other members of the body wish to speak? The chair recognizes Alderman Sadowski Garza.
I too rise in support of this resolution, and I want to thank my colleague, Alderwoman Deborah Silverstein, for bringing this to our attention. But I want to give a heartfelt thank you to everything that you do every single day for the citizens of the city of Chicago, and let you know that you are appreciated very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? I too join the entire body in speaking to this resolution. And we need to give credit where credit is due. This was at the behest and leadership of Alderman Silverstein. We were immediately in contact when we learned of the first attack. A synagogue and 2 Jewish-owned businesses had their windows broken. And a day later, another synagogue was spray painted, and another had their windows shattered. And a Jewish high school campus was spray painted with messages of hate. And this community stood and rallied tremendously. So I think one of the lessons from this experience is how, one, a community did not allow this acts of hate to divide them. They rallied to respond. That's an important lesson, I think, for all of us. And again, thank you, Alderman Silverstein, for your leadership and hard work on this matter as well. And then, of course, we have to thank the men and women of the 24th District, led by the commander. Having been involved on a day-to-day, hour-by-hour, minute, getting updates on this, I know how hard you worked. Gathering witness interviews, making sure that you had all the videotape evidence that really led to an identification of it, but also talking to the people in the community to get their take on what happened and making sure that we were following every lead. Your hard work is what brought this person to justice and resulted in getting hate crimes charges, which, as you well know, is a very high hurdle to meet. But that charge was brought and stayed because of the tremendous work that you did. And I mentioned this at the outset, and I really do want to emphasize it. When we were there in the 50th Ward, the 24th District, and we talked to community members, what was immediately clear is the respect, the mutual respect that the officers had of the members of the ward, but also that the residents of the ward had for members of the 24th District. That doesn't come easy. It's as a result of diligence, and I want to commend you on understanding that making sure that you have the community on your side, that is the best tool that you can have in fighting crime and being proactive, but also when something happens, being able to solve it. So I want to thank all of you for that. And the last thing I will say is this: we have to stand united together. This wasn't just something that happened in the Orthodox or Jewish community in the 50th Ward. This is something that happened to our neighbors. And anytime it happens, no matter where you live in the city of Chicago, we've got to stand up and stand united and say, not in our time, not in our city, we will not tolerate this, because yes, it happened in the 50th Ward, but could easily happen any place else in our city. So we've got to stand united everywhere, every day, against hate. So, ladies and gentlemen, men and women of the 24th District, we honor and salute you. We call this resolution first so you could get back to your daily duties, but know, as you've heard from members of this body, that we do honor and support you in this body, and really importantly, you need to know, across our city. And people know this, but every single day, members of the police department are doing the Lord's work. They are heroic in putting themselves in the line of fire and truly in danger to make sure that we are safe. Are we where we want to be with all of our statistics? No, but it's not for lack of effort on the part of people like this who we should honor, and frankly, just say thank you when you see them. Thank you for your service. And you can clap. All right, next up on our resolutions, as we have this transition, is a resolution honoring Dr. Ezike, the recently departed head of the Illinois Department of Public Health, who has done, in my view, an incredible job in service of the people through this pandemic. She is transitioning to a new role, but we wanted to take this opportunity to make sure that we showed her praise. And we'll wait for Dr. Ezike and her family members to get in the box. And if members of the body would like to speak to this resolution, you can signify. All right, the chair recognizes Alderwoman Hairston. And I should say, before you speak, joining Dr. Ezike in the box are Carla Tressler, Lori Sanders, Alu Orionrena, Jennifer Jackson, Gary Mitchell, and Justin DeWitt. Chair recognizes Alderman Hairston.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this resolution. Not only are we honoring an awesome woman during Women's History Month, but someone that really changed the face of the state of Illinois, and for little girls everywhere to see the TV every day, somebody that looks like them. And let me tell you, during those dark days of COVID, when we didn't know what was going on, I would always look for your face. I would wait for your report. That was the highlight of my day, whether or not you were delivering good news, bad news, or even worse news. We all looked up for you, we counted on you, and you did not fail. And I remember the first time you stepped before the podium and you were going to speak, and I'm thinking, okay, this is just gonna be a regular, political speech or somebody just running out some numbers, and you did not do that. You dignified it, you put a face to it, you put a name to it, and you made it relevant to the people. And you made us feel like we were a part of something all together. And that is what I think we were able to make the movements that we made. I have to say I was taken aback the first time after you gave your report, and then you busted out in Spanish. And I was like, all right. So, and I waited for that too every day. COVID impacted so many of us in so many different ways. And you were the one bright spot, the one person that we could trust in getting the information to us. So I want to thank you for your service, your dedication, and for just being real and keeping it real with the people, because that went a long way. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman Hairston. The chair recognizes Alderman Wagasback.
Thank you, Madam President. I, too, just rise in recognition of Dr. Zike and just reiterate what Alderman Hairston said, that I would often turn on the TV and watch you basically spreading the word about what had needed to be done to basically save lives in our city, our state, and throughout the country. And I noticed in the resolution that you were appointed in January of 2019. Dr. Arwady was appointed in, I believe, September of 2019, and who would have known that you would walk right into one of the most epic crises that this country has ever faced with a pandemic. But the way that you handled it was incredible. I think the way that you approached it with your staff says a lot about how you are, or who you are. I'm sure that it was difficult for your family as it was for everyone else. Being at the front, being in lead, being out there all across the state trying to save lives, and we thank you for that. And it's also fitting that we recognize you today during this Women's History Month as you led through the pandemic on these health issues and life, so you lead with issues of equality, justice, and all those opportunities that all women strive for. So thank you very much for all your hard work, and we appreciate everything you've done. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman. The chair recognizes Alderman Espada.
Thank you so much, Chair. Very proud to stand also in recognition of this resolution, but also of your service to our state. I remember the places where I was when I learned of some of the hard things that were happening in our city and our state. When I learned that we weren't going to be going back into the office on Monday, when we weren't going to be going out to eat on Saturday. Those were hard things to hear, but you made, and the administration and this administration, I will also say, made hard choices because hard choices saved lives. There are thousands of people in Illinois who are alive today because of the decisions that you made, because of the information that you put out there. And that is a level of courage that few people in this state have to muster. And I think that is why we have this resolution today, and why probably even some people in this room are alive today to stand and say thank you. So thank you so much for your service to all of us and to everything that's coming ahead of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Mitz.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I too rise in supporting this resolution. Dr. Ezike really stood out in a time when we really needed her, and speaking a language that everyone could understand. Very critical. Remember every day wanting to catch that press conference so I could learn how to help to keep people safe when we didn't even know, Dr. Ezike, you put your head down and you held up Illinois. But I wanted to recognize that I wasn't aware that you were the director over at the Austin Health Center for a while. I learned that through this presentation. And being the first Black to hold that seat certainly is an honor, as my colleague Alderman Harrison put it, during Women's History Month, to know that women still have opportunities to open these doors that have been shut for many, many years. And I'm certainly glad to know that you spent a dedicated time during the COVID, but I do understand that that must have been very tiresome at the same time, giving that message every day, seeing the life. I felt the pain sometime as you were speaking of the number of deaths that you were reporting of life lost. It was felt in your speech. And it's a concern that we have today. You made us be reminded that all life truly do matter. We want to thank you for your service and wishing you well in your next endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Mitz. The chair recognizes Alderman Moore.
Thank you, Madam President. I definitely rise in support of this resolution. One thing about serving, anybody can serve, but there are certain people that's called to serve. And you were not only called to serve, but you were called for this appointed time. God knew what he was doing at the foundation. And when people are called, there's a trust level that people have in those people that are called. Some people were sent and some people just went. You were sent. And so what I appreciated most is what I heard from the residents in Inglewood, in Auburn Gresham, in Chicago Lawn. As the world was saying, what is Dr. Fauci saying? My community said, what did Dr. Ezike say? And that's what they were saying, really, I'm telling you. And so that's that trust factor. And so I want to thank you for being just a genuine person where our community can trust you. But even more, I want to thank you and your family, because your family had the sacrifice. Your family had the sacrifice. And with your family having the sacrifice, that was a burden on you, I have no doubt. And as I talk to you all out in the hallway, the fact that you had a circle of friends around you, thank you all so much for being, because you all were there with her that we couldn't see to help lift her up so that she could carry on each and every day of the week. So thank each and every one of you for being that support system for her. And thank you, and I just want you to enjoy yourself, like you said, spending that time with your family, and then let God lead you wherever he may lead you. God bless you, and I appreciate you so much.
Thank you, Alderman Moore. The chair recognizes Alderman Garza.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam President. I just wanted to stand up, Dr. Ezike, in support of this resolution and tell you thank you. And holy moly, what a strong woman you are. I admire you so much, and I too, like my colleague Alderwoman Hairston said, I would wait for you to be on TV every day. You brought a sense of calm to me to let me know that everything was going to be okay, because your leadership and your voice and your confidence, I knew that we were in good hands with you driving the bus. I want to thank you for leading the state of Illinois through some of our worst moments all of us have ever seen, but without you, we would have never made it. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. I want to thank you to your friends and family for sharing you with us. I know this has been very taxing on you and your family. You deserve a well-deserved 7-year vacation. But I just want to say thank you very, very much. And you really helped get me through this. And I know a lot of other people appreciated you as well. So thank you very, very much for all the work that you've done.
Thank you, Alderman Garza. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Haddon.
Madam President, I too rise to be associated with this resolution. Dr. Ezike, thank you for letting me snap the photo and be a fangirl over there very briefly. I don't know that I have much else to add to what my colleagues have said. I'll plus one that. From the 49th Ward, the residents of the 49th Ward deeply appreciate your service. I'll say personally, I appreciate the servant leadership model that you have been demonstrating for the last several years. And as you move on to the next step, I continue to look to you as a model, as a peer, and as someone to continue to demonstrate what that looks like as you move to your next step of leadership and show what it looks like to recover as well. You've had to make so much space and hold so much, and your compassion has shown through every day of this pandemic. So I hope that you have time for yourself to refresh, to re-energize, and as we sit here giving you all these kind words, I was thinking we probably should have did this like a year ago before you left as well, because I know it takes so much to hold that kind of space. So from the bottom of my heart, from the residents of the 49th Ward, thank you so much for your service.
Thank you, Alderman Haddon. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Dow.
Thank you, Madam President. I too rise to be associated with this resolution. Dr. Ezike, I'm saying to you publicly what I've already said to you publicly. I love you and I appreciate the work that you did in the state of Illinois and in the city of Chicago. I've had a lot of family members and friends affected by this virus, and the words that you spoke at your press conferences helped me to actually deal with all that was going on around me and in my community. I want to say that, you know, it's rare. You always see leaders, right? But sometimes it's rare to see a leader that also leads with compassion. And I want to thank you. You definitely have that within you. As you leave your position, take the time to do you. Restore your spirit. Love on your family, because I know that they have sacrificed. And so I wish you the best in whatever you do. Love you. Take care.
Thank you, Alderman Dow. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Austin.
Thank you, Madam President. I too rise to be associated with this resolution. Dr. Ezike, I think everybody will convey the same thing. If it was not for you on the television, none of us would have gotten vaccinated. Especially the explanation was follow the science, follow the science. So when we followed you, we knew we were going in the right direction. I know I was, because you made it so family-friendly, person-friendly, that this is the explanation. But as Alderman Hairston said, and then you bust out in Spanish. I'm glad you didn't come up with French. But for those that do speak French, you had an answer for them. But I was sitting one day with my grandson, my number 29 grandson, got 99 questions about COVID, talking to his grandmother through a mask. How long do I have to keep this mask on? You were on during the press. I said, as long as she say you got to keep it on. So I'm grateful that I could have confidence to tell my grandchild, this is the person that have elevated your grandmother into being vaccinated. I haven't had my vaccination, my boost. I'm waiting on the next one. So maybe I can get him to take another one too, but I am always grateful for the knowledge that you have bestowed upon this public, but especially to me, to understand what this virus has done to us as a city and throughout the United States. For those that did not get it, those that are on the fence, they need to crawl on over, because it affects all of us in some way, some form or fashion. Multitudes have died. I always say, for a hard head, make a soft behind. So multitudes have died because I don't want to do this. I saw one day on the television when they were talking about individuals that had passed away. It was a young man who had went to the beach in Florida somewhere. He was 23 years of age and he had gotten COVID. He told the nurse before he died try to convince everybody to get vaccinated. But his life was over with then. But maybe perhaps from someone passing away in your family, you'll see that this is nothing to play with. We've had diseases and things throughout our lives. This is one we should pay attention to because it's not gone. And this is something that we, the leaders of this council, have to convey to our public. As all have said, enjoy your time off. We know you're not going to stay down. We know you're going to be in some other form or fashion, but we are grateful for what you've given to the city of Chicago and the state of Illinois. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman. The chair recognizes Alderman Sawyer.
Thank you, Madam President. I also rise in support of this resolution. I want to echo all the statements that my colleagues have made today. It's just phenomenal that I had an opportunity to watch you do great things in a tragic time in our lives where we had a lot of deaths and you maintained your composure, but at the same time you exposed yourself to the world and to us as Illinoisans. And I think that was one of the greatest things that you as a doctor, as a phenomenal woman, could do for all of us. As chair of the local health committee here, I too found myself every day watching you, and you had become my trusted advisor. No, we're not really familiar with each other formally, but you were my advisor, one of my number one advisors when we talk about COVID, and again, the Trust to Science initiative. That was extremely important to a lot of people in making determinations whether they were going to receive a vaccination or not. And I think you personally, like everyone else said, were a convincing ingredient in that, making sure that people got vaccinated and boosted. And in effect, you've saved a lot of lives. So I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart, from our residents in the 6th Ward and the entire city of Chicago. Thank you. God bless you. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman. The chair recognizes Alderman Irvin.
Thank you, Madam President, and also to echo the words of my colleagues here today. The work you did saved many lives, and there's no other way to put it. As a public health professional, it's your job to communicate the nuances of medicine and the nuances of disease to people who may not even be able to read. And you did that job with excellence, you did it with compassion, and you did it in such a way that moved everyone in a position, as Chairman Austin stated, to get vaccinated. While some of us are still a little hard-headed, I think that the work that you have done has tremendously cut, especially in the Black community, to see someone of your caliber, of your stature, of your education, educating us in a way that would save our lives is to be commended. Now, I know you were the first of many, but this is the first of first in your life, and I know that you will be the first in other professions, and not other professions, but in other work in this particular profession. And again, we just wanted to just take this opportunity to thank you for all that you've done, for the lives that you've saved, for the lives that you have touched. And I understand that you are, I don't know if you're a glutton for punishment, you want to come back to the West Side and work, but again, your work in Austin and also your potential future work back on the West Side. But again, if you're looking for a vacation, that's not the place to come. But nonetheless, your work is appreciated, and let's be frank. What you did, really saved lives for a lot of our members of our communities, not just on the South and West Side, but across this state. So thank you very much. All right.
Thank you, Alderman Irving. The chair recognizes Alderman Spizzato.
Thank you, Madam President. I too support this resolution. Doctor, thank you for all the work you did. I know there's also some people behind the scenes that had a lot to do to help you, so I also want to recognize them. I'm just guessing that these 3 years put about an extra 10 years on your life, so what a terrible time to be the doctor for the Illinois Department of Health. But I just want to wish you well in your future endeavors. Thank you all you did for the state, the city, everywhere, the county. We appreciate you so much. God bless you and everybody who helped you in all the work you guys did. Thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman. The chair recognizes Alderman Vasquez.
Madam President, I proudly am fortunate to be associated with this resolution as well. Thank you, Dr. Ezike. In a room that's usually invites a lot of hyperbole. I mean no exaggeration when I thank you for saving our lives, our state, and our city. You know, we're all past this, those of us that are still here. And sometimes it feels removed when the pandemic started and people couldn't see their own family members when they were getting sick and weren't able to put people to rest. When we saw our whole country, our whole world get shaken and got to witness national embarrassments like Florida and how they would look at science. To have you here leading us as a strong black woman, I can't thank you enough. That's without even talking about you not being an elected official and the amount of critique I imagine you would take throughout the state of people who don't believe in science, who want to fight against it, who want to write resolutions and have special meetings to push against science. To have you in leadership and model for us what it means to lead with love even when people attack you. I can't thank you enough, and so I thank you, my family thanks you, and the city of Chicago thanks you for everything you do. Thank you, President.
Thank you, Alderman. The chair recognizes Alderman Curtis.
Thank you, Madam President. I too rather support this resolution. Dr. Ezekiel, I was actually upset with you when I first looked on the news. It seemed like when we got down to like 1.1, 1.0, you went and told the governor, forget it, I give up. And I know you worked hard because I left the detention center in 2004. And my years there, you were the director of medical, and I worked medical movement and control. And I had conversations with you, and I'm like, I know this is not someone that'll just give up like this. So I was upset at first, but whatever your future brings you, you know, I wish you all the luck in the world. And I know you worked really hard with this pandemic, even with Dr. Awadi. So I have to give her credit too, because it was both of you that brought us through this. So thank you so much. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman. The chair recognizes Alderwoman King.
Thank you, Madam President. A lot has been said about you, Dr. Ezekiel, and I won't repeat all of that. I think what stood out to me, especially as somebody with a science background, is how you, even during times when other doctors and people across the world were saying one thing, you stood on your ground and on your science and on your education and truly spoke truth to power. And then you gained credibility because people, as everybody said, started to be able to rely on you because you weren't just saying what you felt people wanted to hear, but you were saying the truth. And as we found out, science, you know, different people have opinion of what science actually is. And it isn't just black or white. I mean, it is something you have to study and learn and give opinion. So I appreciated you standing up in a time in the very beginning. I know people have short memories. It was difficult to do what you did. And so I just want to thank you for really standing up, saving lots of lives in doing so, and just want to say thank you. So, thank you.
Thank you, Alderwoman King. The chair recognizes Alderman Siccho Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I also like to be recognized as a sponsor of this resolution. On behalf of the 25th Ward residents, I'd like to thank Dr. Ziki for their dedication and, more than anything else, their continued support to communities like ours during very difficult times. I can attest of the work that Dr. Ziki has done directly in our community, attending meetings with the 25th Ward stakeholders, providing critical information to address the hesitation of vaccination that was widespread, especially during the early periods of the pandemic. I also like to thank Dr. Ziki for the continuous efforts to partner with the ward to have vaccinations events, especially in the most vulnerable areas of our ward. It is through your leadership that we continue to fight vaccine hesitation and misinformation in our communities. So I want to thank you and encourage all of us to follow suit and continue with these efforts in our communities. And I want to thank you for your example and your service to the state of Illinois and the city of Chicago. Thank you again.
Thank you, Alderman. The chair recognizes Alderman Burnett.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I also like to stand in support of this resolution, and I'd like to concur with everything that my colleagues have said. And I just want to commend not only yourself, but I want to commend the governor for allowing you to be in charge. And I must tell you, you made him look real good, and you made the state of Illinois look good also. And I'd be remiss, Dr. Ezike, if I, being a fashion person myself, I would be remiss if I did not say you were sharp on TV, sister. You know, you were always sharp. Some of those outfits, man, I never seen before. You were very sharp. So whoever helped you with your wardrobe, they hooked you up, man, you know. So, but you really made us proud. Being an African-American woman, you encouraged a lot of young ladies to want to get into the science. So I commend you for that. You made us proud, and you represented not only the African-American community, but you represented our state. And I would imagine that people from other states from across this country was looking at you and what you said. So I just want to say thank you. Thank you for saving people's lives in this state. Thank you for encouraging people to do the right thing. God bless you and wish you well on whatever you're going to do after this. Congratulations.
Thank you, Alderman. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Coleman.
I undoubtedly rise in support of this resolution to my devastating diva sister of the Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. You know, in addition to your impeccable resume and your degrees from Harvard and Rush, only God could have ordained a black girl from LA to lead over 12,812,508 Illinoisans in the worst time in history. I can't thank you enough for coming to the 16th Ward during one of the most challenging times as an alderman, but challenging in our communities as African Americans were dying at rapid pace. And when you and the governor came to Access Health, and you just made it so easy and did it so effortlessly. And I remember seeing the little girls in the audience looking up to you, admiring you, and you made it cool. As the real fashionista of City Council, Uncle Walter, I don't know what he wears sometimes, but you made it so cool and inspired so many of us. I want to thank your circle. I want to thank your family for being that support. We did get a chance to talk about that and being there for you in such a challenging time. If I spoke Spanish, I'd say muchas gracias. If I spoke French, I'd say merci beaucoup. If I spoke Swahili, I'd say asante. And if I spoke Portuguese, I would say obrigada. Thank you so much. And I hope you get to play some tennis in your new assignment in whatever role that will be. God bless you.
Thank you, Alderman. The chair recognizes Alderman Villegas.
Thank you, Madam President. I also stand to be associated with this resolution. At one point, Belmont Cragen had the highest positivity rate. One in three people there had COVID because they were essential workers, home to essential workers. And it was your message of ensuring people that they do get vaccinated and trust the science that really put us in a position to go from the most affected to the most vaccinated. And it was your partnership with the Department of Public Health and the city's Department of Public Health that we were able to get over 10,800 people vaccinated at Steinmetz College Prep. And that partnership was really key. So I just wanted to say thank you for saving our lives. And thank you for taking on the biggest challenge that this country has faced in over 100 years. And then really succeeding on it. So thank you to your family. Thank your family and your friends for sharing us with you. This state owes you a debt of gratitude. Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you, Alderman. The chair recognizes Alderman Rebollos.
Thank you, Madam President. I too stand in support of this resolution. Dr. Ezike, I think the most beautiful thing is the message that you did every day en español. Te queremos mucho, la oímos bastante y aprendimos mucho y que Dios la bendiga. Thank you, Madam President.
Any other members of the body wish to speak to this resolution? Dr. Ezike, this is bittersweet for me. We spent a lot of time together over the last couple of years, and I look back and think about maybe the first time that we met, coming over to the governor's press conference room, and we were all flying without a net in those early days. But I echo and support the words that you've heard from the other members. You were a beacon of strength and stability. And I particularly appreciate the partnership that you formed with Dr. Already, who also, frankly, is a hero through this pandemic. And that partnership between the city and the state was absolutely crucial. You know, and we all saw what happened in other states when elected officials and public health officials were at war with each other. And I know, I speak for myself, and I know the governor believed the same, that we determined that we would be united. Because the people of this state, the people of this city, deserved our teamwork, our truth, and our transparency. And you helped give them that and more. You were called to this moment, as we all were, and you rose to the occasion magnificently. And we do owe you a debt of thanks, because there's no question in my mind, because of your insistence that we follow science, that we lean into the data, that we saved lives. And you've heard from members of this body talk about the fact that you came to the city in their wards with them to help support the efforts that they were trying to uplift, to make sure that we educated our residents, that we got them testing, and then when the life-saving vaccine came, that you were also a champion for making sure people got vaccinated, and particularly people of color, and I'll say black folks. And that work's not done, as you well know, and I'm going to lift up the words of Alderwoman Austin. Anybody listening today who still is on the fence, who hasn't got that life-saving vaccine, please do so without delay. We saw too many people die in our city, over 7,500, and many of them died. Many of them died through the most recent Omicron surge, and almost all of them were people of color, a lot of black folks, and unvaccinated. So the work is not done. It continues. And folks, I want to share a couple little personal anecdotes with you about Dr. Ezike. First of all, she's a supreme athlete. I can't remember now if it was the Cubs or the Sox, but she was called upon to throw out the first pitch. And let me just tell you, ladies and gentlemen, they need to call her up from the minor leagues, because she stood on that mound, looked at the catcher, and got that high heat across the plate with no problem. And the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. She's got a daughter who's a baller, Alderman Dow, and a really good one. Saw her play this summer at the Doug Bruno camp when my daughter was there, and she's going to be a star that we're going to know about in the papers as she continues her high school career. So, Dr. Ezike, I just want to say also thank you personally for the support. Thank you personally for all that you've done to really be an incredible role model and leader. We all wish you the best. I hope you're going to take time to write a book about what you've experienced and what it's felt like to be a public health official in this time. We all know this, that there are a lot of public health officials across the country that were under siege and frankly weren't supported by their elected officials. And I think Alderman Burnett is right. We also need to thank the governor for making sure that he put you front and center in really being the voice of what the state was doing. You deserve a long and healthy and hopefully less eventful life in your next chapter. But thank you so much for everything you've done. We wish you the best. Good luck to you, and God bless your family. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was 2 of 4 resolutions. Up next is a resolution commemorating Women's History Month, and our MC will be Alderwoman Hairston. Please take it away.
Madam President, members of the City Council, today we rise in support of Women's History Month. A lot of you may know that we are dressed in yellow, or we have yellow lapel pins, corsages, courtesy of Alderwoman Carrie Austin. And each of us women on the City Council have decided to honor a woman. And so I have chosen to honor Ambassador Carol Mosley Braun. She brings more than 30 years of experience as a trailblazing public servant and over a decade of private sector entrepreneurial success. Highlights from the ambassador's long list of career accomplishments include serving as U.S. Ambassador to New Zealand from 1999 to 2001, pioneering membership for women and minorities in the U.S. Senate from 1992 to 1998, and founding an organic food and beverage company in 2005. Ambassador Braun is a product of the Chicago Public Schools. She earned a Bachelor of Arts degree in political science from the University of Illinois. She holds 11 honorary advanced degrees and has participated as a Harvard Kennedy School Fellow. She taught government at Northwestern University. After graduating from the University of Chicago Law School, Ambassador Braun became Assistant U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of Illinois. Her work in housing, health policy, and environmental law earned her the Attorney General's Special Achievement Award. She was elected to the Illinois General Assembly as a Democratic state representative in 1978, a position she held for a decade. In 1992, Ambassador Braun became the first African-American woman ever elected to the U.S. Senate, out of 1,944 senators since 1789, serving for 6 years. She became the first woman to serve on the Senate Finance Committee and earned a reputation as a champion of women's rights and civil rights. She also co-introduced the Brownfields Remediation Act, legislation that encouraged the cleanup and reuse of urban and rural brownfields across the country. In 1999, President Bill Clinton appointed Braun the U.S. Ambassador to New Zealand and Samoa. Her ambassadorship was confirmed by the Senate in a 98-2 vote. Ambassador Braun ran for the Democratic nomination for president in 2004, becoming just the second female African-American major party candidate for U.S. president. After returning to the private sector, Ambassador Braun founded Good Food Organics, a premium certified organic food and beverage company. The company was in business for 11 years before it closed. Today, she continues to serve the community as a board member for several foundations and grassroots organizations. She enjoys modest French fluency and has traveled extensively in Europe, Africa, and Asia. She is a mother and a member of St. Paul and the Redeemer Church, and she is a proud Fifth Ward resident. Thank you, Madam President.
Who's up next? The chair recognizes Alderwoman Austin.
Thank you, Madam President. I am honored to be associated with this resolution. My Woman of the Month is no longer here with us. Had she survived, she would be sitting in the audience with some of the other ladies, and that's none other than Dr. Yvonne Wilson. I would have to say with my own pastor, but along with Dr. Wilson, set my path on seeking God first. I was seeking politics first, but when I became acquainted with her, that's the wrong path, Carrie. Because no matter what, Man might fail you, but God never will. And that's what she told to me. So on a couple of weeks ago, on her way home from church, she was T-boned, and her husband lost their life. But I can say that was the best way that she could pass, because she had her long life companion, which was her husband, along with her. But I'm grateful that I can bring some kind of joy to this body regarding this outstanding woman. So on behalf of Alderman Beal, Alderman Harris, and myself, we love and recognize Dr. Yvonne Wilson for this day, because she has been in the lives of so many. Jesus. She has held up the 9th Ward, the 34th, and the 8th Ward, teaching young girls of 16 years of age, young mothers, that there is a better way. And I'm grateful for what she brought to the young people in 34. I know that Alderman Harris will have others that she would recognize. But I want to also put my 2 cents on a young lady who was very instrumental in my life as I was the alderman. And that's Miss Felicia Davis Blakely. Thank you, Felicia, for always giving to me, morning, noon, or night, whenever I called. Thank you for helping me understand the building department. You were so explanatory. I think I got a degree. But thank you for all that you put forth, and we love you for it. I want to also expound on Alderman Harrison's choice of Carol Mosley Braun. She had been able to sow into me what it is to be an outstanding woman in politics. So I'm grateful for that, Leslie, for you bringing forth her, to honor her as one of the women of the council. You'd be surprised at what some of the women have done to just little things that have made us stand up and say that we can do it, just like Dr. Nzike. And I'm grateful for what all have given to me, especially to you. But I'm grateful for her telling me that God will never leave you nor forsake you. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman Austin. Who's next? I'll go to Alderwoman Haddon, and then Silverstein, and then Mitz.
Thank you, Madam President. One, I definitely want to give a big thank you to Alderman Leslie Hairston, who's chairing with Alderwoman Silverstein our Women's Caucus. This was a fantastic idea and a great opportunity. So thank you, Alderman Hairston, for this. From the 49th Ward, I chose to highlight today this woman, Esther Saperstein. So Esther Saperstein was the only other woman to serve as alderman of the 49th Ward here in Chicago. She ran for office for the first time. She ran for the 49th Ward alderman position in 1955. And if she had won that election, she would have been our first woman alderman for the city of Chicago. She didn't win that election, but she gave the Democratic Party such a run for their money. So she ran as an independent. She gave the party and the machine such a run for their money and organized such a strong grassroots campaign that newly elected Mayor Daley then said, hey, we need to know who this woman is. We need to get her involved. We need to work with her. She went on to serve as a state representative and then a state senator. Was a leader on the ERA for us, right, for women's rights here in the state of Illinois. And she eventually did become alderman of the 49th Ward, elected in 1975. She served for one term until 79. She passed away the year of my birth, 81. Esther Saperstein started her activism at the school PTA level, rose through the ranks, decided she loved politics, got involved, was a strong member of her community, remained civically engaged, and ended up actually being one of the co-founders also of the City of Hope, where some of the top breast cancer research in Los Angeles and in our country still happens today. When I decided to run for alderperson, I did a lot of research onto who had served before and was surprised to see that I was only potentially going to be the second woman to do so. And I certainly have big shoes to fill, considering the legacy that Esther Saperstein left for the 49th Ward in the city of Chicago. So happy to honor her today. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman Haddon. The next up is Alderman Silverstein.
Thank you, Madam President. Women's History Month means different things to different people. To the trailblazing women of the past who fought for equality, it is a victory, a recognition that we have the same rights and privileges as men and equal protection under the law. To the brave activists of today, it is a reminder that the battle is not done. We continue to fight for equal pay, equitable access to health care, and the right to control our own bodies. As an alderwoman of the 50th Ward, it is a humbling realization that I have the ability to help bring those visions into line, to work with the City Council to build a society that truly reflects our values of equality and inclusiveness of all. I have selected Golda Meir, the first female Prime Minister of Israel. I see her name every day on the honorary street signs in front of my office, but I don't stop nearly often enough to reflect on her significance to the Jewish people, to my own life, and to women everywhere. Born in Kyiv, Ukraine in 1898, then raised in Milwaukee, Golda Meir emigrated in 1921 and was a pioneering figure among her people until her death at the age of 80. She was a strong and compassionate leader in a region of the world that did not often value the contributions of women. Golda Meir's legacy is inspiring, but I have to give a big shout out to the greatest inspiration to me during Women's History Month, and that is my own mother. She has always set an example for me of self-confidence and pride. I only hope that I am able to set a similar example for my daughters. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Alderwoman Mitz.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and members of the City Council. It gives me great honor to be able to recognize this young lady, Dr. Elizabeth Lockhart, who is my hero for Women's History Month. Dr. Lockhart is an acclimated West Side, Chicago-based civil and spiritual activist, professional speaker, and a local entrepreneur. She is the executive director of the Arthur Lockhart Resource Institution, a civic non-for-profit focused on providing African Americans, veterans with resources and referrals for housing, employment opportunities, and mental health service. And named in honor of her late father, who was the Reverend Dr. Arthur Lockhart, was the former pastor of the Healing Temple Church of God in Christ. She is also the entrepreneur and a business owner of a local personal cleaning service. Dr. Lockhart has started a Say No to Drugs parade for over the last 20 years, led down Chicago Avenue. She held the Breast Cancer Awareness Month. She feeds the needed in the community. Dr. Lockhart also serves as the chair of the 37th Ward Executive Committee, a multifactional group of local community residents and leaders who provide civic inspiration, counsel, and support for key initiative development projects, such as our new under construction Joint Public Safety Training Academy, and neighborhood issues within the 37th Ward. She is a dynamic woman and purpose of a vision, who is progressive, committed champion for civil rights, and advocate for racial justice, veterans, and women's rights. I am pleased today to be able to honor her for all the hard work that's been done throughout her entire career. She is a woman of the month. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderwoman Mitz. The chair recognizes Alderman Harris.
Today I rise to support Betty Porter. Betty Porter, an 8th Ward resident for as long as I can remember. I met Miss Porter almost 40-something years ago when she moved into the neighborhood, and her children were up in her backyard. She has this beautiful yard, and she's raising her kids, and I would often stop by her house because she never saw someone that she didn't want to talk to. So on behalf of Greg Mitchell and I today, we both picked Betty Porter as our choice. Wife, mother, grandmother, active member of Compassion Church in the 7th Ward, local school council member at CVS High School, community leader where she works and many times chairs by herself the Calumet Heights Homeowners Association. She's raised 3 wonderful children that all went to CVS High School, but the anomaly is that each one was a valedictorian of their graduating class. So she's the block club president, and she's an amazing woman and a mentor. She finds time for all of us, all the time, to mentor us, to help us, to give advice. The one thing I love about her, she often calls me at 6:30 in the morning and says, "Did I wake you up?" But that's her regular, and I love her for it. And there's never been a time she's not been there just to support the community in any way possible, to build and bridge communities and build and bridge relationships between the 7th and the 8th Ward. So today, I'm grateful for Betty Porter to be my Woman of the Year.
Thank you, Alderman Harris. The chair recognizes Alderwoman King.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Alderwoman Hairston, for your leadership here. Thank you to all of my female colleagues for their service. Just want to also acknowledge Felicia Davis over there with the Chicago Foundation for Women. You do a lot for us, so I appreciate you. I know everybody probably thought I was going to do Ida B. Wells, which definitely is somebody who I look up to, respect, and certainly want to honor. But Karen Calloway, who some of you may recognize, is somebody I wanted to highlight today. When I think of Women's History Month, I think about the countless women that have been advocates of the community, women that have created villages of hope in the 4th Ward and beyond. But I can't think of a better person that exemplifies these qualities better than Kenwood High School principal, Karen Calloway. Karen has been a tireless advocate for the improvements to Kenwood, whether that is through improvements to the infrastructure or through the outstanding academic gains at the school during her tenure. 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, Karen is always advocating for her school. The pride she shows in her students is something we want to see in all of our educators. Karen's love for her students is no different than the love she has for her own family, because the students at the school are her children and an extension of her family. She is always at their games in the community. She is with them when times are tough and when tragedy happens to some of them. With a school community of over 2,000, I often wonder how she keeps up with all the demands. I have to tell you, I am impressed that she knows the names of students and their families going back over decades. And as an alderman, let me tell you, that is definitely an awesome skill to have. I know why she remembers the countless students, though, and their families. It's because the Kenwood community is always in her heart. Through her love, which she has demonstrated through deed and action, she has truly created a community of hope. Through the hope that she has created, she has made a mark on future generations that will have an impact not only on Chicago, but on the world. Taking a page from Maya Angelou, she is a woman phenomenally. Phenomenal woman is she. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman King. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Tavares.
Thank you, Madam President. Today I rise in support of Women's History Month with Jean Franchek, who was the epitome of a community activist in the 23rd Ward. She was elected president of the Garfield Ridge Civic League numerous times. She volunteered her services as a member of many different community advisory groups, including ones that helped control the noise and air pollution in the area. Jean also started a program to award federal EE bonds to local students showing extraordinary potential. She has great success in providing paramedic operations throughout her Southwest Side area. She also directed her efforts to help secure a new drugstore, the Walgreens on the corner of Archer and Central Avenue. Jean Franchek was recognized in a city council proclamation in 2003 and was honored with an honorary street sign shortly after on the 5100 block of South Laurel Avenue in Garfield Ridge. During this Women's History Month, the 23rd Ward honors Jean Franchek, and I'd like to thank Robert Bachuchek, who is president of the Clearing Ridge Historical Society, for his help and research in bringing to our attention Jean. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Rodriguez Sanchez.
Thank you, Madam President. I would love to introduce all of you to Irma Aragon. This woman is a pillar in our community. She lost her son to gun violence. He got shot about 6 blocks away from his house. And ever since, she has been looking for resources to heal herself, her family, and to heal others. She started an organization called Israel Gifts of Hope. That's the name of her son. And she has been working in our community tirelessly to make sure that victims of gun violence and survivor families have the support that they need in order to be able to heal and be taken care of. I am incredibly proud to work alongside her in the 33rd Ward. And I'm going to say this in Spanish now because she's probably watching. Les presento a Irma Aragon, un pilar de nuestra comunidad, una mujer que perdió a su hijo como resultado de violencia de armas en nuestra comunidad. Su hijo perdió la vida en el 2016 cerca de su casa y luego de que ella tuvo que vivir ese momento tan doloroso junto a su familia, se ha dedicado a organizar en la comunidad para proveer apoyo a personas que están pasando por la misma situación, proveer apoyo a familias que han perdido seres queridos a raíz de la violencia. Irma ha escogido una cultura de cuidado, una cultura de solidaridad y de sanación, y por eso la estamos honrando hoy. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderwoman. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Dow.
Thank you, Madam President. I first want to thank Alderman Leslie Hairston for her leadership in making this happen, and also Alderman Coleman for spurring me on because I did not follow the rules. But I took my cue from my mentor, which is Shirley Anita St. Hill Chisholm. She was the first African-American woman in Congress in 1968. She's been an inspiration for women, for many black women all across the country, including our state's first Senator, Carol Moseley Braun, who met her in Springfield and was one of the people that encouraged Carol to get into the race for senator. She was also the first African American to seek the nomination for President of the United States. She was a fierce advocate for women and for minorities during her 7 terms in the House of Representatives. She grew up in Brooklyn, New York. I grew up in Queens, New York. And as an 11-year-old, when she was first making that run, it was all the news, big news in New York about this woman who was seeking to become a congressperson from the state of New York. And that's where I first become aware of her. She was a teacher in the early years of her life. She graduated from Columbia University with a master's. And in Congress, she was a fierce advocate for women's rights, health care, education, and social services. She truly believed in the use of social services to uplift communities, and she really believed that government was a place where people could expect that their life would get better because government would be supportive of their dreams. She retired from Congress in 1983, and she died in January 2005 after a series of strokes. This is a great woman right here, and I wanted to recognize her with today for Women's History Month, and I want to say a quote from her, and then I will take my seat. When I think of Shirley Chisholm, I think of, I want to be remembered as a woman who dared to be a catalyst of change. Thank you.
Great pick. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Taylor.
Did you say Taylor? Gonna say you changed your name? It's okay. Thank you, Madam President. I want to honor Barbara Muse. Barbara Muse is a 23-year retired firewoman of Truck 42, Fire Prevention, Internal Fire Division, Engine 104, and was a firefighter and EMT. She also spent a year at CPD and 15 years as a security guard. She also served 16 years on the Board of Options of Exchange. Ms. Muse, when I met her knocking doors, told me, what you gonna do different than Willie Cochran? You gonna go to jail too? And so what I love about Ms. Muse is she supports the community even in her retirement. I love and respect this woman because she holds people accountable. She's never cared about male or female being in office. She's always been to a service. And in the words of Shirley Chisholm, the rent you pay on earth is service to others. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Awesome. Thank you, Alderman Taylor. The chair recognizes Alderman Smith.
Our picture isn't up, I don't know why not, but I'm here to honor Dawn Clark Netsch is our pick for Women's History Month. There she is. She was the first woman to be nominated by a major political party to run for the governor of Illinois in 1994, which doesn't seem that far away. But she was so much more than that. She had a long career in public service, beginning almost right after she graduated from law school in 1952 as the only woman in her law school class at Northwestern University. She then had a long, long career working for Adlai Stevenson for president and eventually becoming an Illinois state senator from 1972 to 1990, and then comptroller of the state of Illinois from 1991 to 1994. Also a delegate to the Illinois Constitution when our current Constitution was drafted in 1969 and 1970. What I really admire her for, among her many, many accomplishments, is her unwavering commitment to excellence and to ethics and honest government. When she was in the state Senate, she was a member of a group together with Abner Mikva, Paul Simon, and Anthony Scariano, which was called the Kosher Nostra, which was of clean, independent Democrats in the General Assembly who were a thorn in the side of both Republican and Democratic machine politicians for years. Although she lost her primary for governor, although she lost her election, she won the primary for governor in 1994. She remained active in liberal Democratic politics for years and years and years. She was a longtime resident of the 43rd Ward in Old Town, living in the home, designed by her husband, architect Walter Netsch. She was an active member of our community, and you saw her all the time at personal PAC events, Planned Parenthood events, and government reform events, and she is missed. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderwoman Smith. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Coleman.
Madam President, I am honoring the first woman, who is also the first African-American woman ever elected to Chicago City Council over 51 years ago. Now, I'm a little outspoken, so I don't know how Alderman Langford did it. When she came down, and some of the discriminatory setbacks was women did not even have a restroom here in 1971. She would have been the first woman elected alderman in 1967, but she lost her election by 75 votes. Now, I'm gonna let you all in on something. I lost my election by 76 votes in 2015, and I just got over that. She was succeeded by a lady that gave me birth, Shirley Coleman, who served for 4 consecutive terms. One thing about Alderman Langford, I had the honor of going to her house on 62nd and Bishop and visiting her and always seeing her growing up. She turned her tragedy into triumph. She was biracial, and her father died when she was a few months old, and her mother was white. And when she went to the hospital to visit her mother, the hospital dismissed her and her siblings because they would not allow African Americans into the hospital. And when they transferred her mother died on the way to the next hospital. That was the reason why she became a civil rights attorney. In the 50s, it was unpopular for women to be an attorney. As a matter of fact, she was not even allowed to rent an office in downtown Chicago. So she went over to the 6th Ward in Park Manor just to rent a Chicago office to practice law. I stand on the shoulders of some strong women, and Alderman Langford, Lorraine Dixon, Carrie Mae Alston, Dorothy Tillman, Emma Mitz, Leslie Harrison, Michelle Harris, and Pat Dow. I want to thank you all as I honor Alderman Langford, but to recognize the women whose shoulders I stand on, who have served in this council and continue to serve and lead their wards and prospective communities, and showing us how women should lead and serve, and being moms, sacrifices that we've made, that you all have made. And I want to thank you all, and I want to thank Alderman Anna Langford for being resilient, for being a fighter, and for being a woman of integrity in the greatest ward in the city of Chicago, and that's the 16th Ward. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman Coleman. The chair recognizes Alderman Sidlatsky-Garza.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm here today honoring Beatrice Lumpkin. I heard an O from the background. Many of us know Beatrice Lumpkin here. Beatrice Lumpkin was born August 3rd, 1918 in New York in the Bronx. Her first job was in 1933 at the age of 14. She lied about her age so she can get a 15-cent an hour job assembling radio tubes. Soon after that, at the age of 16, she wrote her first flyer titled, "Are You Satisfied?" She actually helped organize African American laundry workers in Harlem, and she succeeded by organizing 30,000 laundry workers to form a union at the age of 16. She also organized under Roosevelt to instill Social Security, something that all of us benefit from today. What brought Bea to the Southeast Side was Wisconsin Steel. Her husband, Frank Lumpkin, worked there. The workers showed up one day and the gate was locked. Her husband had worked there for almost 34 years, and the gate was locked and he lost his pension. She helped lead a 17-year battle with Leon Dupre and Tom Gagan to help restore lost pensions after the steel mill was closed without notice. I am proud to call Bea Lumpkin my friend, my mentor, and somebody that I admire very much. And Bea is alive and well at the tender age of 103 and still walks picket lines, still votes. Some of you might have seen her on the cover of the New York Times during the last election, casting her mail-in ballot with a hazmat suit on. So I honor Beatrice Lumpkin.
Thank you. Anyone else who wishes to speak to this resolution? Chair recognizes Alderman Spizzata.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm almost embarrassed to speak now, all the great presentations from everybody. I didn't get the memo on this, so, but I was talking, when you mentioned earlier, you said Alderwoman Silverstein is next, and I went up to her and I said, hey, Deb, I want to honor my mother for Women's History Month. She goes, I'm doing the same thing. So I'm not stealing it from her. This was an idea I had coming into this meeting. So my Woman of the Month, I actually have 2 Women a Month. My mother for the last 760 months, my mother for all she's done for me, the foundation she set, a good Christian upbringing, trusted me to do and let me kind of do what I wanted to do back in the day, and I never got in any real trouble. But thanks, Mom. Thanks for all you did for me. And I'm just probably speaking for everybody. Everybody could say they want to recognize their mom. Everybody in this whole room here, because most of us wouldn't be here without the loving care of our mother. And then, of course, my wife for the last 485 months. My wife for all she's done, all the times I was out working, busting my ass to make a good life for my family. She was a stay-at-home mom for about the first 15 years of our marriage. So I also want to recognize her. So my mother and my wife, thank you for all they've done for me, and thank you for letting me recognize them, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman. The chair recognizes Alderman Taliaferro.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to rise, Madam President, to be associated with the great work of the ladies of this council and the ladies of this body. And thank you so much for your leadership in reminding us the great work of the women that you have brought before this council, the great work of the past, the present, and the great work of the future as well. So thank you so much for reminding us of the great work of the women that you've brought before this council. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. The chair recognizes Alderman Irvin. And you know you better recognize your wife.
Well, I'll say this. We have some amazing... She's probably downstairs listening. That's the funny part. I'll just say this. We have some amazing women in this building. We have, some of the most feisty, some of the most loving, and some of the most caring women in this body, in this council. This is the first time we've had all 3 of our citywide electeds that are women and also women of color. And if you grow up in a black household, you know who is in charge. It's not the husband, it's generally the mother is in charge, and none other than mine. It was before, it is today, and I'm okay admitting it as a man. But again, the work that you all have done to keep this country moving, keep our neighborhoods moving, keep our families moving. Really, 1 month is just not enough to celebrate all of the hard work and effort that women have done to create what we have here today. So I just want to commend each and every woman and women of this council for your hard work, our clerk, our mayor, and of course, our Madam Treasurer. We just want to just thank you. And again, just, it said we give people their flowers while they're here, but just thank you all for everything that you've done, especially the women that I have in the Automatic Black Caucus, those that love me, those that beat on me. I appreciate each and every one of you. I know, thank you, Leslie. You haven't thrown anything at me lately, so I think I'm doing much better. But again, just thank you guys for your hard work and the path that you all have laid for us all. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman. The chair recognizes Alderman Moore.
Thank you, Madam President. So much has already been said, and I really wasn't going to say anything, but as I continue to look over in this box, Mayor, I saw the diversity that you put here, which made me think of even going back in my life. And first of all, I want to commend all these women that are sitting here for the work that they're doing, and especially as, Reverend Evans used to say, if a church, you got too many babies in a church, that's not good because they're not getting wisdom. And if you got too many old people, that's a dying church. And when I see both wisdom and some youth in here, it makes a difference because that means this city is not a dying city, and that we have young people that's going to be reaching other young people to help grow them, and especially other young women throughout our community. But I'm reminded as I look here, and not only going back to church when you had my Sunday school teachers who were female, but when I look at the diversity, I look at my first job out of college. It was an Asian woman by the name of Sue Daughtery that gave me that offer at Ralston Purina Company to work at a Fortune 500 companies when others had, rejected me. And when I was came back to Chicago and we were in the Depression, and you have to find jobs even with an accounting degree. You got to work some odd jobs during the Depression. It was Judy Peterson, a white female who worked for a company out in near Palatine, and I can't remember the company right now, but she was the head accountant, and I was working in the warehouse, and she came out there and talked to me, and she found out I had an accounting degree, and she gave me an opportunity to be a cost accountant at that particular company. And then the same way at Clorox Company, it was a black female who was the head of HR who offered me that position as an accountant at the Clorox Company. And I say all that to say that women play a major role in advancing and making sure that there's equity, believe it or not, within our city, but also within our private sector. So thank you all for the service that you're doing, and I commend you, Mayor, for selecting a diverse group of people, because it was a diverse group of women who made a difference in my life. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Alderman Moore. The chair recognizes Alderman Vasquez.
Thank you, Madam President. I am just honored to see the presentation from our colleagues and sisters here in the council. It's rare that council members know how to execute on a plan and get something done without the rest of the council knowing. You all executed finely, and are examples for the rest of us. It's true. I also really appreciated all the different women you all showcased. Everything they've had to fight for and fight against in order to be in leadership. And then hearing how recent it is to the time we find ourselves in now is something that just we should be ashamed of, and I'm glad we're pushing forward on it. For my own personal thanks, I want to thank a lot of the organizers. When I first became a community organizer, they were all women. They don't often get credit as organizers when they run most of the organizations that get things done. So I wanted to thank Marta Papadiak. I wanted to thank Amanda Weaver. Jackie Kaplan-Perkins is with us, as well as someone who's taught us a lot recently, and that's our sister Elise Mallory, who passed recently. I wanted to make sure that she was recognized for the work she's done for the community, and as something that's been so recent and touched a lot of us, I wanted to make sure that she was mentioned. Finally, there are plenty of times that we may not agree with you, Mayor, but I want to give you your credit, because I don't believe any mayor in our city has gotten the hand that you were dealt in having to lead through a pandemic, civil unrest, and understanding the kind of world where women's leadership gets undermined daily and by the minute. The fact that you all have the resilience to push us forward when we get every bit as hard-headed as we can get is greatly appreciated. So thank you, Madam President. Thank you to the ladies of the council.
Thank you, Alderman. The chair recognizes Alderman Tunney.
Madam President, I want to rise in support and add a couple footnotes to some of the awardees. Number one, a shout out to Senator Carol Mosley Braun, in her ambassador Braun, as her title. I was with her in 1992 on the campaign, and in the Year of the Woman. It was the Year of the Woman, 1992, and I believe at that time there was only one senator, Barbara Mikulski, at the time, and with that election, I think we added 7 or 8 more, of which Carol was certainly the star in Madison Square Garden can guarantee you it was great to be there that evening. The second, I was talking with Alderman Michelle Smith and with Dawn Clark-Netsch, who I shared an opera box with for a number of years, and I still never appreciated it like she and Walter would instruct me on. But we forgot to mention she was a great pool shooter. I mean, nobody mentioned that. I mean, she almost won the campaign just on that commercial. But she was obviously a very much a Renaissance woman and a scholar. And then lastly, it was not mentioned, but you talked about yourself, Mayor, and I compliment you as a leading woman of our country. But not to forget, Mayor Jane Byrne was the first female mayor, and unlike her one term, we hope you have a second term mayor. I'll just leave that. So congratulations to all the awardees. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Villegas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Of course, right when I'm going to talk, I lose my page. 1 second. Yes, I am. Thank you, Madam President. I didn't get the resolution in time to be added to this, and I want to thank Alderman Hairston for bringing this resolution forward. I stand in full support of it. But I wanted to also add to this great list of women that were identified today, Jeannie Castro, who is the first female president of Local 1 in its 100-plus years of existence. And she made it from the bottom to the top. And I think that when you take a look at the labor movement, you don't see enough women in leadership. Chicago's home to many of the Local 1s, whether it be Unite Here Local 1, which is represented by Karen Kent, and SEIU Local 1, which is represented by Jeannie Castro. I think it's important that we acknowledge these leaders and the great work that they've done. So I just wanted to make sure that I highlight her, especially during Women's History Month. So thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Any other members of the body that wish to be heard on this resolution? Ladies and gentlemen, let me first belatedly introduce the people who are in the box. Many of you have already referenced them because they are well known for the great works of their organizations, but also in their own right. We have Sharita Ellens, President and CEO of Women Employed. We have Felicia Davis, who many of you know, who's through the years held many roles, particularly in city government, but importantly now as President and CEO of Chicago Foundation for Women. Jackie Perkins Kaplan, who's the chair of the Commission on Human Relations and Women's Advisory Council, and is someone I've known for, I won't say how long, but is a tremendous force in her own right and does great work every day. Radhika Sharma, the Manager of Outreach and Education at Apnagar, and last but not least, Nicole Robinson, who is newly minted as the CEO of the YWCA Metropolitan Chicago. Ladies, thank you so much for being here. Let me just say I stand with this entire body in speaking to this resolution, and I agree with one of the prior speakers. We've got to celebrate and uplift the lives and stories of women, not just in 1 month, but every single day. And Alderman Irvin is right. Strong woman means a strong family, strong household, strong community. Women's History Month gives us an opportunity to rightfully acknowledge the ways in which women have shaped our history and created a better future for all of us. Here in Chicago, there are too many phenomenal women and achievements to name, but I appreciate that Tom raised Mayor Jan Byrne, but let's start with one of our founders, Kitty Hawa, and Jane Byrne, the first woman elected in a major city in the country, right here in Chicago. We can also celebrate the fact that for the first time in Chicago's history, all three citywide elected positions, mayor, clerk, and treasurer, are occupied by women and women of color. And I'm proud of the 15 women that represent aldermanic wards throughout our great city, many of whom you heard from today. And I'm also immensely proud to say that in my administration, no less than 20 women lead city departments and sister agencies. This strong female leadership throughout city government delivers vital services, supports, and a level of civility to our city that is desperately needed in this time. Because it's not enough to acknowledge and honor amazing women and their contributions. We must act on our words, live our values every day, and move closer towards a more equitable society, and women will be the bridge over which we get there. One example of my administration's efforts to support women, something I'm very proud of, is the creation of the city's first ever strategic plan to address gender-based violence and human trafficking. We know throughout this pandemic that gender-based violence, and particularly domestic violence, has absolutely skyrocketed. And this is a sub-layer, but important in the pandemic, and something that we absolutely must address. And I got to thank my staff, and particularly Darcy Flynn, who leads this initiative in the mayor's office. And we are supporting it by $25 million investment to address this scourge of gender-based violence. There's also the creation of the Women's Advisory Council, who provide guidance, insight, and more on a regular basis to me and the other members of my administration. A concerted, intentional effort to increase women contracting opportunities through our women-owned businesses. This is something that we also must make sure that we highlight, amplify. Chicago is known as a city that works. And as we can see from the female leadership in this room alone, Chicago works because we work. One last thing that I want to say is, in this time of recovery, what we've seen is many women made great sacrifices through the pandemic, left their employment and jobs to be home with their children who were homeschooling through remote learning. But it gives us an opportunity to make sure that we don't forget that we still have pay inequity in our city, in our state, and our country. And one of the best things that we can do to support women and their families, particularly their children, and if those families where women are the primary earners, is to make sure that we get equal pay for equal work. So I want to thank you, ladies, for everything that you do and who you represent, the constituencies, to keep us moving forward and making sure that we don't ever lose sight of the fight for women's rights continues every single day. Thank you all. Thank you to Alderman Hairston and the Women's Caucus for this lovely, lovely, lovely commemoration of Women's History Month. Thank you all. Resolution number 4, folks. Our last and final resolution of the day is a resolution commemorating the centennial of Harold Washington's 100 years of birth. Let's take a moment for the transition. And are there any members of the body who wish to speak? All right, the chair recognizes Alderman Raboyos.
Thank you, Madam President. I too stand in support of this resolution for His Honor Mayor Harold Washington. Members of City Council, I remember that day vividly when I was working, and it was shocking news when we heard that Mayor Washington was in the hospital. I then got a call from Commissioner Jason Sand asking me to drive his family. I was the driver for his family. And I was shocked, and I had the pleasure and privilege of doing that. Each day, for several days, I would take the family to his favorite restaurant, Army and Lou's on East 79th Street. Remember that, right? They were staying at the Nico Hotel which is no longer, the building is there, but it's not called the Nico Hotel. I remember that. I will never forget it, and I was privileged to do that. But I was honored. I want to appreciate the talking engagements that I had with his family, the owner of Army and Luz at the time, and I too was asked to go in there and have lunch with them. So that was wonderful. I'll never forget that. On behalf of my family, the citizens of the 30th Ward, I honor that day. I honor that great person, Harold Washington. I was privileged to be part of that. Thank you, Madam President.
The chair recognizes Alderman Irvin. The chair recognizes Alderman Irvin.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam President. I think that this resolution to commemorate one of the leaders of not only of Chicago, but of our nation. When Harold Washington was elected mayor, I think that all of us knew where we were, just as we did when he passed that Thanksgiving week back in the late 80s. What he meant to a lot of people, what he meant to me, what he meant to communities on the South and West Side throughout the city was an actual piece of hope, a hope that we can be better, do better, and become better. Mayor Washington inspired a whole generation of leaders, some in this body. Our former president, Barack Obama, talked about how he came to Chicago based upon the work of our former great mayor. And it goes without saying that we need to remember what he taught, what he laid out in policy, and as we go through some of the challenges that we're facing today as a body and in the coming months, that working together for the betterment of this city was what he was about. So let us remember the legacy that he brought to us. I think the only thing in looking at his career that he was not was an alderman. You know, he was a member of the General Assembly at both houses and a member of Congress. But he brought us all together at a time there were serious challenges. I'll never forget this. I was watching Saturday Night Live, and there was Eddie Murphy did a parody between he and I'm not sure it was Dan Aykroyd or somebody else that played candidate Epton at the time. And the levity that he brought to a very, very tenuous situation and time in our city, I'll never forget that. Because we still, as we move forward and celebrating his 100th year, some members of our city are still divided on those same lines. And so in the spirit of Harold Washington, it is our desire and hope that we all can move forward together, and move forward on behalf of the citizens of our great city. As he would say, it's fair for us, it's fair for all. And also around the world, people still know Chicago by the name of Harold Washington. So we want to thank the committee for bringing, and for us as members of the Black Caucus for celebrating such a man, such a legend, and someone that we should honor and respect throughout the time and the annals of this great city of Chicago. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman Irvin. The chair recognizes Alderman Moore.
Thank you, Madam President. First of all, I want to commend everybody in this box today because you added value to Harold Washington and his life and his legacy, so thank you. My personal encounter, and Reverend Ed Ham can probably attest to this, when we were growing up in fellowship, we had to be at push. We were push babies, so we were committed to serving in church and committed to serving from the social end. But when it came to the public serving and just serving in the public, that didn't happen to me until I turned 13 years old. And my uncle, after moving out of the Robert Taylor Home Projects of Chicago and moving us to Inglewood, he was an assistant precinct captain. And he took me to a breakfast with him at the Roberts Motel on 63rd and King Drive. because there was a banquet hall there. And at that time, Mayor Harold Washington was senator, though, running for Congress. And I had to be the youngest person in that room at the age of 13, and him looking me in my eye and talking about the importance of young people being involved in their community. That's what changed my life, and I started serving in the community. And it's because of Harold Washington's legacy that many of us, Ham, that we got our start in terms of public service. And we all try to live up to what he talked about and what he's done. And that's a part of the reason why, and I know you do the same, Mayor, that's the part of the reason why what really pushed me to support you, because besides Harold Washington, of all the mayors, you're the only one who talked about doing a Marshall Plan, if you will, for the city of Chicago, and that's investing in the south and west sides of Chicago. And you're doing that, and for so many years, nobody focused on that. And that's I commend you for taking that part and that legacy of Harold Washington and carrying that on. And for that, we will never forget him. And what he used to say, you want Harold? You got me. Here's Harold. And so we want to continue that legacy. So thank you so much for honoring him. But thank you all in this box who added value to him, because a person, no man is an island unto himself. And you all were there to help uplift him and motivate him and keep him going. So thank you all.
Thank you, Alderman Moore. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Mitz.
Madam President, I too rise to support this resolution. I'm honored to have known him and to have worked alongside him. I just remember how he could galvanize a crowd. But most importantly, I remember the reporters looking up words that he were using. They didn't understand the word that Harold was losing. They're like, well, what did that mean? So Harold was very good at, very articulated about the words that he chose when he was speaking. And he just galvanized everyone. It was like anyone that wasn't on Harold's side, then you may as well hit the door, because you was gonna get ran over. Not necessarily by him, but the support that he had in this city was, one reminder will give you the President Barack Obama when he was elected president. That same support were right here in the city during those years. That was very inspiring to see your first mayor in the city of Chicago being a black man was unheard of. History was being made. But Harold didn't take no mess. Let me tell you, I saw councilmen who wasn't on his side being replaced, because Harold would put somebody else there. May as well get out the way. I saw the council wars that was right here in the city council, and I don't have to tell you about 29, 21. I'm gonna say it because it's history. 29, 21 was history. And that meant, same as today, the people who are not receiving the service wasn't getting it then, and Harold recognized it. So he wanted to do something about it. This is a city that should be inclusive of all race. There shouldn't be not one white, not one black, not one Hispanic, not one Chinese. It is a city of all race, inclusive of everyone. And that's the city of Chicago, and that's what makes Chicago great. Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thanks to Harold Washington.
Thank you.
Madam.
The chair recognizes Alderman Hairston.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the City Council. I too rise in support of this resolution honoring great Fifth Ward resident Harold Washington. I probably would not be standing here today if it were not for Mayor Washington. If it had not been for the energy and the exuberance and the opportunity to be a part of history, to be a part of the movement, and to turn 18 during that time and become interested in politics because he was. And I gotta acknowledge Josie Childs over there, that who I would call at night. And Josie, what can I do? I wanna get involved. I mean, this was a movement to be a part of, and it sparked something in me, and I worked hard, and I organized out of state. The people from the city of Chicago that were at school at the University of Wisconsin-Madison, the absentee balance. Later in law school, I was able to be a part of the lawyers committee. You know, that was really, really exciting for me. And, you know, I took it, it was like I took an oath. And I remember the nights being in other parts of the city, having the windows of my parents' car smashed in, right? Because we were working that night, and there was that much tension here in the city. But, you know, we pushed through it. You know, to be able to have him impart words of wisdom to me, such as, you gotta do time in Springfield. And so after graduating law school, I did time down in Springfield, because you can't be about the law if you don't know the law and if you don't know the history of the law. And that's what he taught me. So the reason that I'm standing here today was because there was something about him that I could see myself in him, and the people that surrounded him and allowed me, and I've talked about this before, to be in the room. Not because I posed any threat, but because I was thirsty to learn. And you all allowed me to be in your presence. Alderman Raboris, you talked about Army and Lou's. I don't know whether any of you, but that's a family restaurant founded by my aunt, right? Aunt Mary Jean Hairston Cole, the one who actually taught me how to cook. I used to make like 8 or 9 apple pies. I'd pick the trees out of their backyard on 63rd and Vernon, make the crust, make the pies till they tell me, stop, no more pies, no more pies. So I am proud to be associated with this resolution. There is so much more that Harold means for me. I could stand up here and talk all day, but I want to thank the Legacy Committee for your hard work and all of the work you do to keep his work alive, his name alive, and his presence alive in this city. Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman Hairston. The chair recognizes Alderman Rodriguez.
So forgive me, I'll be speaking behind this pillar here. But it's an absolute honor to stand and associate myself with this resolution. My mentors and those who came before me in elective office and in my current office in the 22nd Ward, centered in Little Village and North Lawndale, trace our political history back to the early 80s and working alongside Harold Washington. I would be remiss to not mention the names of Lupe and Rudy Lozano, Queenie and Ron Mustin, Evelyn and Jesus Garcia, who all got their start working on the campaign of Harold Washington for mayor of the city of Chicago. He has left a legacy that is not just felt in the corners of our city, but all over our city. And represented in my office, where no less than 3 pictures of the great Harold Washington remain up in honor of such a tremendous legacy that he's left. And, you know, we feel it on the southwest side of Chicago, and we continue to feel that on the southwest side of Chicago, because we know what Harold stood for. He stood for bringing people together. He stood for unity. He stood for fighting the good fight. And we believe in those values, and we will continue on in those values. And last, but certainly not least, I'd like to say, que viva Harold. Que viva Harold. Que viva Harold. He lives in our hearts and in our memories. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman Rodriguez. The chair recognizes Alderman Scott.
Thank you, Madam President. I too rise in support of this resolution.
You know, my father was lucky enough to work with Harold Washington in his administration. But to Alderman Rodriguez's point about Harold Washington being someone that brought folks together, my father was not on his side when he initially ran for office. And, you know, as he was canvassing the west side of Chicago, trying to bring folks together, you know, there were a lot of African-American preachers and folks on the west side that said, hey, you know, Michael, why are you supporting someone else? And, you know, my father had given his commitment prior to Harold Washington jumping into the race, and so my father wanted to be a man of his word. And because he was a man of his word, Harold Washington saw the ability that my father had to bring the west side together, and then came to him and asked him to then work for his administration. And, you know, the folks that are sitting over there in the box did great work with the administration along with my father. And I just feel so very privileged to be able to stand up. One of my colleagues, I think Alderman Harrison, said it would not, she doesn't think she would be here if it were not for Harold Washington. I know that I would not be in this position had not Harold Washington brought my father under his wing and allowed him to work and matriculate through city government. And so the Scott lineage owes so much to Harold Washington and the things that he did. And so I am just so proud to be able to stand up here and see men like Mr. Ham and Mr. Jenkins to continue the legacy that Harold Washington created here in the city of Chicago and continue to work and try to foster and bring folks together. And so, you know, I just want to say, if there is something that we can do as a body to kind of help elevate and continue his legacy, please do not hesitate. You can always count on me as a friend and a supporter. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman Scott. The chair recognizes Alderman Villegas.
President, I want to thank Chairman Irvin and the Black Caucus for bringing this resolution forward. When I saw that the resolution was on the docket, I texted my mom because she had the privilege of working for Harold Washington during his administration and actually completed 30-plus years with the city of Chicago. She talked about how, at that time, Harold Washington and a coalition of the Young Lords put forward an effort to organize and recruit people to get them registered to vote. And as a part of those efforts of that Black-Brown coalition, 100,000 new voters were registered ahead of the Harold Washington election, which ultimately put him in a position to win. I think those efforts are still attainable, and I think that open and honest dialogues about discussions are important. And Harold Washington was a great leader because he understood about diversity, he understood about parity. You take a look at some of the legislation that he's put forward during his administration, which still exists today, in it, the Welcoming City Ordinance that this body strengthened, the MBE Ordinance, which this body has created and really strengthened it to increase minority and women participation on publicly funded contracts. Those are efforts that Harold Washington led and that this body continues to expand on. So I want to thank Chairman Irvin for bringing this resolution forward and just want to congratulate his family for his accomplishments. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Dow.
Thank you, Madam President. I wanted to speak to this resolution on the life and legacy of my mayor, Harold Washington. I was one of those individuals buried in the bureaucracy when he was elected. I was working on alternative fuels, not something that I had really been trained for. I was a social worker, a city planner, interested in community development, but was buried in the Department of Planning and Development. And when the mayor was elected, he hired Liz Hollander as his planning commissioner. And through her work, I began to get assigned to different projects. And I was at some point plucked to work in the mayor's office. I worked with Al Johnson and Rob Meir on economic development work. And it was there that, you know, my juices began to flow. And I was very proud of the time that I spent working for the Washington administration. I want to acknowledge Ed Ham and Jane Ramsey and Josie Child, who I see over there in the box. It was electric working in that administration at that time. Lots of accomplishments, as Alderman Villegas has talked about, lasting accomplishments. And I will have two memories of the mayor, which I take with me always. Never let them see you sweat. He would call you in his office, and I would go in there with Rob Meir on occasion, Al Johnson on occasion, the young person on the team. And I would be nervous, right? Because Mayor Washington was the type of mayor that you never knew what he was going to ask you, how he was going to ask you. He was sharp. And I learned that from him. I think the second thing I take away is a quote, which is, if you don't know where you're going, any road will get you there. And I think it's important to always acknowledge the fact that as we move through our lives and through the city, that we need to be intentional about what it is that we want to leave as our legacy. That was something that I think that Mayor Harold Washington did for the great city of Chicago. I want to thank the Legacy Committee for bringing this forward. Mayor, thank you for bringing this forward, and Jason, Alderman Irvin, thank you for bringing this forward. This is a very timely and a very important acknowledgement of a very great man. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. The chair recognizes Alderman Burnett.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I also like to stand in support of this resolution. I'd like to thank you and Alderman Irving and the Legacy organization for bringing this to our attention. You know, unfortunate for me, I didn't get to vote for Harold the first time he ran. My first time ever voting was in 1984. But it was interesting, you know, but I used to look at Harold on television and hear about him, and he's very articulate. The man could speak the English language like no one else. Matter of fact, he would have you going to the dictionary every time after he spoke, because he would say words that just was, you know, so interesting. But he also had a charisma about him that just touched everyone. I don't care what neighborhood he went to, whether it was a German neighborhood, a Greek neighborhood, a Polish neighborhood, an African neighborhood, Harold just won everyone over. And he touched everyone, and he just laughed so, you know, with so much joy that you couldn't do nothing but laugh with him. He was a great man. He brought people together. You know, right now, we're going through a thing with our maps. If someone was like Harold was here, it wouldn't be going on, because folks would be working together, trying to make sure this thing get done. He made sure that the people who didn't have an opportunity to advance themselves. They had an opportunity to get jobs. Folks had an opportunity to work for the city who never would have in their lives had an opportunity to work for the city, because Harold opened the doors. He went against the grain. Coincidentally, I was with an organization when I started out. I was with an organization who wasn't with Harold the first time, which was the 42nd Ward Democratic Organization under George Dunn. But I really got my feet wet in politics when George Dunn decided to go with Harold Washington. I was a draftsman for the Cook County Highway Department, working upstairs. And they called me down and they said, Mr. Dunn getting ready to have this big meeting, and he want to see you this evening. we need to draw some signs that says vote for Harold. So I had to draw all the signs in the organization meeting that said vote for Harold. And that was my debut to really getting involved with the organization in his second campaign. And it was so exciting. Everybody was so happy. You know, even though our organization wasn't with Harold, when he first ran, everybody from Cabrini Green voted for Harold, you know, anyway. So, I mean, because that's just how it was. It was just so exciting being in his presence, being around him. He encouraged Mr. Dunn to become the chairman of the Democratic Party again. And it was just, you know, I just had so much hope. I was so shocked and stunned working on the county side when the word got out that Harold Washington passed. Everybody in the building, you know, was in mourning. Everybody in the building was in shock. All types of innuendos and rumors went on about that situation. It was just so unbelievable that this would happen. But I would say this, that man, he left a mark. He not only left a mark on the city, on this county, on this state, he left a mark on this country. So many mayors after Harold, African American people got elected to mayor around the country. So many groups came together and worked together after Harold Washington. He was a great man. He left a good legacy. He opened up a lot of doors in the city of Chicago, changed a lot of policies. I would be remiss. I am proud to say that I'm a member of Phi Beta Sigma, for which Harold Washington was a member of Phi Beta Sigma. He was a strong Sigma man, and he believed in charity. He believed in service, just like our organization believed. So I just want to say it's an honor to be here to celebrate 100 years of Harold Washington. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alderman Burnett. The chair recognizes Alderman LaSpada.
Plug, they say, shameless plug. I'm very proud to stand and rise in support of this resolution. There's such impassioned, fascinating words from our colleagues who were here to live, to see, to serve during that time. I wish I could share in the same way. I was in second grade when our dear Mayor Washington finished his time in office. But I have the privilege and the pleasure of serving with former aldermen and former congressmen like Chuy Garcia, like Luis Gutierrez, who served during those times, who were part of that Rainbow Coalition. And that is what inspires me today on this resolution. Because you can be a presence and be a leader, and certainly Harold Washington was, but you can point the way by yourself, but you make the way in coalition. You make the way together. And there is a path, as we talked about, what is the road that we want to walk on together? There's a road to healing and equity and justice for this city that is only going to go through that Rainbow Coalition. And I look forward to seeing it, and I hope that I'm here to serve on it. But thank you again for a mayor who pointed that vision, who showed us who we could be. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman LaSpada. The chair recognizes Alderman Sawyer.
Thank you, Madam President. I too rise in support of this resolution. I want to thank you for bringing it forward today. I want to thank Chairman Irvin for spearheading this. And I really want to thank the Legacy Coalition for keeping Harold's name present and alive. I particularly want to give great thanks to Josie Childs, who calls me all the time and presses me and makes sure that we do not forget, and the people in this box who pretty much raised me. I was here all the time during those times because I was in college and then law school during Harold's term. My first mayoral vote was for Harold Washington, and it was on my birthday, April 12th, which is few days before Harold's birthday. So we always, when I saw him, we always talked about that we shared. Our fellow Aries colleagues here today, Stephanie, Aries colleagues here today. But Clarence, you Aries too? All right, there we go. All right, so I just really want to thank you guys because, you know, it was fantastic being around you. You all were innovators, you all were aggressive, but you were great people. I learned a lot from you. And I think one thing that we all have to learn, one thing I looked up very quickly while we were sitting here during this, the 1983 election turnout was 82%. 82% turnout in a very contested race, but people came out. And based on what you all did and lots of others, we're able to get Harold over the finish line. And I'm always proud to say the 6th Ward was leading the pack with the highest number of votes in the city of Chicago, and we'll continue that legacy. But that is very, very correct. And my dad had the honor of being the first alderman to endorse Harold. And it was a great time knowing him, but it's still great to know all of you. Josie, can I say, is it okay to say your age? She said no, so I'm not going to say it. But, I mean, no, I really have to, I mean, Josie Childs is someone that's just a phenomenal person, full of energy, and at years old, still moving strong and still out here advocating for the remembrance of Harold. And I cannot thank you enough for that, keeping that name alive. And whatever you need from us, please you reach out to me anyway. We talk regularly anyway. But again, thank all of you in the box. We really appreciate your efforts. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Vasquez.
Thank you, Madam President. I am proud to be associated with this resolution. I think it is no secret, a lot of members of this council know, my favorite mayor and our city's greatest mayor is Harold Washington, and to have the opportunity to say that and to remember everything he's done. There's not a day that I don't walk in City Hall that I don't think about the fact that Harold walked in City Hall. You can feel the spirit and the love and the work that you all did to help make our city better. When I was 4 years old, it was the Bears, Blues Brothers, Bulls, and Harold. That's all I knew as a kid, and it's remained in my heart even now. And so I thank you for the work that you do. I think when we think about the greatness of the city, the love that Chicago has, you can't not mention Harold as a part of it. He teaches us how to be fairer than fair, how you build coalition by finding people not who you find 100% agreement with, but who you find some common ground with because we have common goals together. And when we think about what that means, I know that there's a time where after Harold was getting beat up by the council, he could have been every bit as vindictive right back. And what he led with was love to say, we'll be fairer than fair. We're going to fight, but it's still going to be fighting in love and with the love of heart of wanting to make a city better for our people. And so everyone in this council should not only have learned from Harold, but continue to learn from Harold, because in the times we find ourselves now, where it's so easy to be divided, where we fight over everything, where we're in a pandemic still, and people still want to find homes and security, it's going to take all of us coming together in coalition to accomplish that, and Harold taught us that. May we never forget it. From the streets of the city to the seat in the White House and beyond, we owe all of that to Harold. So thank you all for working with him, and thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman. The chair recognizes Alderman Maldonado.
Thank you, Madam President. I stand in support of this resolution. I have to tell you that I came to Chicago in 1978, and when Harold ran for office the first time, I was still working on my dissertation for my PhD out of Loyola, which I never finished, and I will tell you in a minute why. So when he was running for office, I heard this African-American candidate speaking to me because I felt that I was dying to finish my dissertation, to fly back to Puerto Rico, because I felt that Chicago was so racist and segregated that I did not, and I felt that discrimination in this city, especially when I was looking for housing back then in the late 70s and early 80s. And so I just wanted to finish my dissertation and fly back to Puerto Rico and fight for the independence of Puerto Rico and live happily ever after back in Puerto Rico. Then Harold Washington won, and I was given an opportunity to work in his administration in the first Latino Mayor's Advisory Commission for Latino Affairs. And that was under Maria Cerda that she gave me the opportunity. And then she went into the Mayor's Office of Employment and Training, and she brought me along with her. And I had the opportunity to meet in person Harold Washington in vetting for that position that she appointed me to. And for me, he was the first progressive, truly progressive mayor that we had in our city. And he truly believed in giving the people power and influence in the local decisions in the neighborhoods. I remember, and I still have a picture, walking with Harold along Division Street when sidewalks down there were still bolted sidewalks. And thanks to him, we were able to build new sidewalks on Division Street so that our community would not fall through the cracks that we had for decades along Division Street. Those are one of the very little small things that I know that thanks to him happened in our community. But the overall and broader policies that he believed in being inclusive, being fair, because all I wanted in this city is to be given an opportunity, and I will do the rest. Just give me an opportunity, a fair chance, and I will take it upon myself to do the rest, to be successful in the city. And that was the little crack, the little door that I give credit Harold Washington to grant me so that I could be fairly successful in this city. Because of that, I never finished my last 3 chapters of my dissertation because of him, because I've got involved in government and politics and business, and I never looked back to finish my last 3 chapters to become a psychologist that I didn't want to do anymore. So thanks to Harold, I'm here. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Alderman Maldonado. Any other members of the body wish to speak to this resolution? Let me just say, first of all, I join the body in commemorating the legacy of Harold Washington. I thank the members of the Legacy Committee who are here with us today, starting with, of course, President Josie Childs, Clarence Jenkins, Edward Ham, Jane Ramsey, Margaretto Batiste, Dr. Barbara Norman, Sharon Simmons, and Stanley Young, and so many others that I know that you represent and carry on the legacy of such an iconic and great man. I met Harold Washington exactly one time. I was a junior in college and working in Washington, D.C. on Capitol Hill, and it was right after he won for the first time, and I happened to be in a conference room in the Rayburn building, and his colleagues were congratulating him. And it was the first time I knew anything about this man named Harold Washington. Now, I had no vision that I would come to live in the city of Chicago, but as fate would have it, when I graduated, worked in Washington, D.C. for a couple of years, had the opportunity to come here for law school. I lived in Hyde Park when I first came to the city, and it was during the re-elect. And I have never in my life before or since experienced a level of energy and excitement that I saw and felt every single day leading up to that re-election. As you know, it was hard fought. Our city is in a very different place then than it is now. But I also remember the joy of him being re-elected and, for the first time, getting a working majority in city council. When we were on the precipice of passing our historic budget last fall, I took the time to read Harold Washington's last budget address. And you read those words and you know that the great man had incredible vision, incredible aspirations for the city. The budget, I believe, was passed, but then shortly after, we all learned the tragic news that he had died. That was an incredible time in our city, as you may recall. Lots of palace intrigue amongst this body. But I remember two things from that time in particular. First time I ever came to City Hall was when his body was laying in state on the ground floor. And I remember walking with the thousands of mourners and feeling like something important had happened, but that we were losing something as a city. I remember that UIC forum rally, the No Deals rally, as you remember that, standing there in the very back, seeing the people that were on the stage, and also feeling again this incredible loss and that this moment had passed. Every single day in this job, I feel Harold's legacy. Every single day. I think about what he wanted, the vision he had for the city, and the opportunity that we now have. I said this when our budget passed. I feel like I'm a runner in a relay race, and the baton of Harold's race that he began, that he led so valiantly, has been passed to me. I don't take that lightly. We have an opportunity in this moment to heal so many legacy wounds, to be greater than what we may have been before, what we've experienced over these last 2 years. It's a transformational time, transformational resources. Our challenge is, will we rise to the occasion and show our residents transformational leadership? Leslie Harrison said something, and with my bad hearing, I may have misheard it, but what I heard her say was, I think about what Harold needs from me. And I would challenge myself and this body and all who care about the legacy of Harold Washington to ask ourselves, what does Harold need from us? Importantly, what do our residents need from us in this moment? And I think there'll be a lot of other opportunities for us to celebrate this great man's life. We have formal city festivities and events that are planned, but we wanted to bring this here now because our next meeting will be after his birthday. But take it upon yourself to commit to some part of leading the life that Harold wanted all of us to lead. He blazed the path in a city that was deeply divided by race, deeply divided, but persevered and worried about, and I know from people who work with him, former aldermen and others, he worried about our city. He worried about the divisions that were there and worried about what he could do as a leader to bring us together. We ought to have that same worry, but that same commitment that he had to doing the right thing for the right reasons every day for our people. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for carrying on his great legacy. We can never forget, and we will never forget. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, it feels like we put in a full day's work, but we have not. There's more work to be done. So, next up, Alderman Mitchell.
I move that I move passage of these resolutions in the omnibus.
Hearing
It's
no
been a long
objection,
day.
so ordered.
All right. I now move that we return to the regular order of business.
So ordered. Next up, communications, Madam Clerk.
For communications from Her Honor the Mayor to the Honorable the City Council of the City of Chicago. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Chief Financial Officer, transmit here with ordinances authorizing water revenue bond inducement and sewer revenue bond inducement. Your favorable consideration of this ordinances will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor, for the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit here with ordinances authorizing the execution of intergovernmental agreements with the Chicago Board of Education to provide TIF funding for improvements at various schools. Your favorable consideration of these ordinances will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor, for the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, the Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit here with ordinances authorizing the execution of intergovernmental agreements with the Chicago Park District to provide TIP funding for improvements at various parks. Favorable consideration of these ordinances will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor, for the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit here with an ordinance authorizing the execution of an amended Neighborhood Opportunity Fund redevelopment agreement with Ogden Washtenaw JV LLC. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor, referred to the Committee on Budget and Government Operations. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Housing, I transmit here with an ordinance creating a preservation loan fund to assist owners of a single-room occupancy buildings. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor, referred to the Committee on Budget and Government Operations. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Water Management, I transmit here with ordinances authorizing water supply for properties located outside of city limits. Your favorable consideration of this ordinances will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor, for the Committee on Budget and Government Operations. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of Budget Director, I transmit here the Fund 925 amendment. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor, referred to the Committee on Budget and Government Operations. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Housing, I transmit here with an ordinance authorizing designation of the residential development located at 8535 West Higgins Avenue as an affordable housing special assessment project. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor, for the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit herewith ordinances providing for a quick take acquisition authority of properties located within the city. Your favorable consideration of these ordinances will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor, referred to the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit here ordinances authorizing the sale of city-owned properties. Your favorable consideration of these ordinances will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor, referred to the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Ladies and gentlemen, the request of Commissioner of Assets of Information and Services, I transmit here with ordinances authorizing the execution of city as a tenant office space lease agreements. Your favorable consideration that these ordinances will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor, referred to the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Ladies and gentlemen, I transmit here with appointments to various special service areas. Your favorable consideration of these appointments will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor, referred to the Committee on Economic, Capital, and Technology Development. Ladies and gentlemen, I transmit here with appointments to the Chicago Community Land Trust Board. Your favorable consideration of these appointments will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor, referred to the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Ladies and gentlemen, I transmit here with appointments to the Chicago Low-Income Housing Trust Fund Board. Your favorable consideration of these appointments will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor, referred to the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Ladies and gentlemen, I have appointed Sharif Walker as Commissioner of the Chicago Park District for a term effective immediately and expiring April 25th, 2024, to complete the unexpired term of Timothy J. King, who has resigned. Your favorable consideration of this appointment will be much appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor, referred to the Committee on Special Events, Cultural Affairs, and Recreation. Ladies and gentlemen, I have appointed Michelle A. Lee as a member of the Chicago Transit Board for a term effective immediately and expiring September 1st, 2028, to succeed Kevin Irvine, whose term has expired. Your favorable consideration or appointment will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor, referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. I, City Clerk Anna Valencia, hereby inform the City Council that the following documents were filed in my office relating to the respective subjects designated as follows: notification of sale and special assessment improvement bonds refunding Series 2022, Office of Inspector General's follow-up audit of Chicago Department of Transportation traffic signal planning practices, and Office of the Inspector General's report regarding evaluation of race and ethnicity-based disparities in Chicago Police Department use of force. I, City Clerk Valencia, also informed the City Council that all those matters which were considered by the City Council at the regular meeting held on February 23rd, 2022, and were required by statute to be published in book or public pamphlet form, or in one or more newspapers, or published in pamphlet form on March 23rd, 2022, by being printed in full text and printed pamphlet copies of the journal proceedings of the City Council of the City of Chicago. I also inform the City Council that the call for special meeting in the matter considered by the City Council on March 16, 2022, which is required by statute to be published in book or pamphlet form or in one or more newspapers, were published in pamphlet form on March 23, 2022, by being printed in full text, printed pamphlet copies of the journal of the proceedings of the City Council of the City of Chicago. I, City Clerk Valencia, also transmit herewith the following miscellaneous communications and reports requiring City Council action: zoning reclassifications of particular areas which are referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards, and claims against the City of Chicago which are referred to the Committee on Finance, and recommendation by Commission on Chicago Landmarks for designation of Seth Warner House at Ludlow Typograph Company in 2028, 2062 now North Claiborne Avenue as a Chicago landmark, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, Building Standards, and recommendation by Commission on Chicago Landmarks for approval of permit application for demolish of non-contributing building at 210-218 North Aberdeen Street, and which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Your Honor, that concludes the reports and communications from the mayor and other city officers.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next up, committee reports. We'll begin with the Finance Committee. Chairman Wagesback.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, reporting for the City Council's Committee on Finance, which met on March 21st, 2022. Item number 1 is the communication recommending a proposed ordinance concerning the authority to enter into and execute an intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Housing Authority to reallocate a portion of the city's 2022 unused tax-exempt bond volume cap to facilitate financing of affordable housing at 3030 West 21st Place in the 24th Ward and 3700 West Congress Parkway in the 28th Ward. This item received favorable approval by the committee, and if no one wishes to speak on the matter, I move to concur with the recommendation of the committee by a roll call vote.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to make history here. Madam Clerk, maybe you want to give a little more of a...
Please get out your iPads, log in, and you will be able to begin voting. Please hit refresh if you do not see it. Click, and you should be able to hit refresh, and the voting is now open. The right-hand corner blue button, raise your hand if you need help. Raise your hand if you need help, and we will come around. Ian.
Burnett's good. We need Alderman Austin.
Everybody's tab is different.
Yours is left? Mine's to the right. Okay. Mine's on the right. Okay. Yours is on the left for refresh. Keep hitting refresh if you need to. 1 minute. Alderman King, please cast your vote. To work. Alderman King, okay, Alderman King is good. Alderman Harrison, please cast your vote. Alderman Gardner, Alderman Lopez, please cast your vote. Alderman Gardner and Alderman Lopez. And make sure you hit cast your vote. Great, Alderman Lopez. Did you hit cast your vote? Okay. There we go, perfect. The voting is closed. Did you close the voting? We're closing the vote.
All right, so am I ready? Am I good? Am I good? Yeah.
48.
All right, the yeas are 48, the nays are 0, with 2 members absent. The matter passes. Alderman Kappelman on the motion for reconsideration.
I move to reconsider the vote.
All those in favor of the motion for reconsideration signify by saying aye.
Roll call.
I'm sorry, did somebody speak? All those in favor of the motion for reconsideration signify by saying aye. All those opposed say nay. The motion for reconsideration fails. Chairman Wegg is back. Next.
I'm going to make it easy for everybody for the next few items.
All right.
Item 2 is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance concerning the authority to enter into and execute an intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Board of Education to provide tax increment financing funds in the amount of $8.9 million for replacement of mechanical system, roof, and certain masonry at Willa Cather Elementary School located at 2908 West Washington Boulevard in the 27th Ward. The item received favorable approval by the committee. No roll call vote. If no one wishes to speak on the matter, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item 3 is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance concerning the authority to enter into and execute an intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Board of Education to provide tax increment financing funds in the amount of $11.5 million for replacement of mechanical systems, roof, certain masonry, and chimney stack reduction at James Otis Elementary School located at 525 North Armour Street in the 1st Ward. The item received favorable approval by the committee, and if no one wishes to speak on the matter, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and the corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item 4 is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance concerning the authority to enter into and execute an intergovernmental agreement with 1357 Property Owner LLC to provide a loan of $2.547 million in tax increment financing funds for certain public infrastructure improvements associated with the redevelopment of the Morton Salt property located at 1357 North Elston Avenue in the 27th Ward. The item received favorable approval by the committee. If no one wishes to speak on the matter, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and the corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Madam President, item number 5 is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance concerning the authority to extend the demolition permit surcharge ordinance until April 1st, 2024. The item did receive favorable approval by the committee, excepting Alderman Lopez, who wishes to be recorded as voting no. If no one wishes to speak on the matter, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and the corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Noting Alderman Lopez's no vote, hearing no further objection, so ordered.
All right. Item number 6 is regarding monthly settlements through the Law Department and will be placed on file with the clerk. Item 7 consists of one order authorizing 3 tag day permits for Greenpeace USA, Save the Children, and the Nature Conservancy. If there's no objection, I ask that these items be placed on the omnibus.
Objection, so ordered.
Items 8 and 9 consist of authorizations for the payment of various small claims against the city and denial of payment of various small claims against the city. If there's no objection, I ask that these items be placed on the omnibus.
No objection, so ordered.
And item 10 consists of 2 orders authorizing Corporation Counsel to enter into and execute settlement agreements. Item 10A is an order authorizing Corporation Counsel to enter into and execute a settlement agreement in the case of Dennis Burris, individually on behalf of the estate of Jack Burris versus the City of Chicago, cited as 2017 L5863 in the amount of $450,000. The item received favorable approval by the committee, but if no one wishes to speak on the matter, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call on the vote on the Committee on Finance report and corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item 10B is an order authorizing Corporation Counsel to enter into and execute a settlement agreement in the case of Christina Pojatek versus City of Chicago and John Schussling, cited as 2018 L3471 in the amount of $175,000. This item received favorable approval by the committee. If no one wishes to speak on the matter, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and the corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Madam President, that concludes the report of the Committee on Finance.
Thank you, Chairman Wegas. Back next up, the Committee on Budget and Government Operations, Chairman Dow.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President and members of the City Council, reporting for the Committee on the Budget and Government Operations, which held a committee meeting on March 16, 2022. The committee recommends passage of the following items. Number one, a substitute ordinance concerning an amendment to the annual appropriation ordinance year 2022 within Fund Number 925 for the Department of Cultural Affairs and Special Events and the Department of Transportation. I move passage of this item by the first favorable roll call vote of the Subcommittee on Finance and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Number two, an ordinance concerning an amendment of the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, ERAP, software contract with Uncork LLC. I move passage of this item by the same motion if there is no objection.
So ordered.
Number three, a resolution introduced by Alderman Dowell, Mayor Lori Lightfoot, and others supporting the Biden administration to nominate a black woman to serve on the U.S. Supreme Court. I move passage of this item by the same motion if there is no objection.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
This concludes my report. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Chairman Dow. Next up, the Committee on Aviation, Chairman O'Shea.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, members of the Chicago City Council, reporting for your Committee on Aviation, which held a remote meeting on Monday, March 14th, 2022. Our committee recommends passage of the following item, Ordinance 2022-668, and an amendment to the intergovernmental agreement with the Illinois Toll Highway Authority regarding the Elgin O'Hare Western Access Project. I'd like to go off script a little bit and talk a little bit about this. This is huge for our city and our metro region. When we talk about what this will do, freight connectivity, reducing traffic congestion, job creation, the start of this project by 2040 will create more than 50,000 jobs. This will save overcrowding on our highway and our local roads by more than 20%. O'Hare International Airport is our biggest economic engine. And I don't have to tell anybody in this room what we've seen during these past 2 years, the losses in this pandemic. 84 million passengers came through O'Hare in 2019. It's 30 million in 2020. Luckily for us, cargo has really taken off, the #1 producing airport in North America. We've got a lot to do, and we need to do everything we can in this body to support, promote, and expand what we have going on at both our international airports. I'm excited in the coming months to be bringing a lot of reports for you, a lot of votes, a lot of progress forward. Western access is a big part of that. Madam President, this concludes my report.
I assume you want to move to adopt the committee report.
I apologize. I move passage of this item by the first favorable roll call vote. Committee on Finance and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider. Madam President, that concludes my report.
Hearing no objection, so ordered. Thank you, Chairman O'Shea. Next up, the Committee on Contracting Oversight and Equity, Chairman Irvin.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, members of the City Council, reporting for the Committee on Contracting Oversight and Equity, for which a meeting was held on Monday, March 14th, 2022. We had 2 items for consideration. Number 1, a substitute ordinance amending the municipal code sections 1-23-010 and 1-23-020 regarding ineligibility to do business with the City of Chicago due to removal from public office for treason, sedition, and other related offenses. If there isn't anyone who wants to speak on this item, I move that the City Council concur with the recommendation by the first favorable roll call of the Committee on Finance's report and the same unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number 2 is a substitute resolution calling for the Chicago Municipal Code, Section 2-92-420 to include Middle Eastern or Northern African Americans as a minority group. Again, if there's no one who wants to speak, I move that the council concur with the recommendation by the first favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance's report and the same unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
That concludes my report, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next up, the Committee on Economic, Capital, and Technology Development, Chairman Villegas.
Thank you, Madam President, and members of the City Council. Reporting for the Committee on Economic, Capital, and Technology Development, on Monday, March 21st, 2022, the committee held a virtual meeting and recommends passage of the following items. Items 1 through 8 are various special service area appointments and reappointments collectively voted for the following special service areas. Reappointment of Dorothy Hudson to SSA number 5, Commercial Avenue Commission located in the 7th and 10th wards. Reappointment of Anastasia Makradakis to SSA number 16, Greektown Halsted Commission located in the 25th, 27th, and 42nd wards. Reappointment of Mark F. Estrope to SSA number 60, Albany Park Commission located in the 33rd and 35th wards. Appointment of Carl F. Daniels to SSA number 18, North Halsted Commission located in the 44th, 46th wards. Appointments of Kathleen Merrill and Margaret Haggerty to SSA number 26, Broadway Commercial District located in 48th and 49th wards. Appointment of Reinaldo Alpiaga to SSA number 59, 59th Street Commission located in 14, 15, 16, and 23rd wards. Appointment of Ada Tong to SSA number 73, Chinatown Commission located in the 25th ward. I move for passage of these items by the first favorable roll call of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item 9 is an ordinance in support of a Class 7C tax status for property located at 10749 to 10801 Southwestern Avenue in the 19th Ward. I move for passage of this item by the same motion.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Madam President. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Chairman. Next up, the Committee on Housing and Real Estate, Vice Chair Burnett.
Thank you, Madam President. Members of the City Council, reporting for your Committee on Housing and Real Estate, which a remote meeting was held on March 15, 2022. The committee has a series of reports recommending passage of the following. 02022-669. Item 1 is the loan restructuring and subordination and associate property transfer to RAHF V/57 Inglewood LLC for acquisition and rehabilitation of Inglewood Gardens residential development in the 20th Ward. I move passage of these items by the first favorable roll call of the Committee of Finance and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
02022-673, item 2, is a sale of city-owned property at 508-510 South Cicero to Workers for Christ Ministry Apostolic Church in the 29th Ward. I make the same motion if there is no objections.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
02022-664, item 3 is the amendment of Municipal Code Section 2-44-050 and 2-45-040 regarding the powers and duties of the Commissioner of Housing and Planning and Development. I make the same motion if there is no objections.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Madam President, this concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Next up, the Committee on License and Consumer Protection, Chairman Mitz.
Madam President and members of the City Council, I'm reporting for the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. We held a virtual meeting on March the 16th, 2022, and the following items were passed by the committee. Item number 02022-273, a substitute ordinance to amend Chapter 4 and 7 of the Municipal Code of Chicago to regulate charitable food vendors in the Second Ward. I move that the City Council concur in the recommendation of the License Committee and pass this item by the same roll call vote as item number 1 of the Committee on Finance and the same unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number 2, ARA 2021-209, a resolution calling for creditors to provide 60 days grace period before reporting late payments to credit reporting agencies, Alderman Villegas and others. Madam Chairman, I move to passage of this item by the same motion if there is no objection.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item 3, 02022-506, a substitute ordinance renewing restricted residential zones pursuant to Chapter 4-17 of the Municipal Code in the 13th Ward. I move passage of this item by the same motion if there is no objection.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
There were 7 ordinances regarding moratoriums in the 1st, 2nd, 6th, 12th, 17th, and 50th Ward. I move passage of this item by the same motion if there is no objection.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
That concludes my report, Madam President. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Alderman Irvin.
Madam President, I wish to be recorded as no on ordinance 2022-617 and 02022-494.
So reflected.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, next up, the Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety. Chairman Burnett.
Thank you, Madam President and members of the council. Reporting for your Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety, for which a meeting was held on Thursday, March 17, 2022. Before the committee, there were 138 items. There were 137 routine traffic items that passed and 1 routine traffic item that did not pass. I move passage of these items in omnibus. That concludes my report. Thank you, Madam
Hearing no
President.
objection, so ordered. Next up, the Committee on Special Events, Cultural Affairs, and Recreation. Chairman Spizzato.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the City Council. Reporting for your Committee on Special Events, Cultural Affairs, Recreation, also known as the Happy Committee, for which a virtual meeting was held on March 10th, 2022. Committee recommends passage of the following items. First item is A2022-29, the reappointment of Juan Deese, Bob Faust, Robert Gomez, Esther Grisham Grimm, Tracy D. Hall, Aquila S. Haley, Kevin Lega Jeff, Myrna Salazar, and Vivian Tang as members of the Advisory Council on Cultural Affairs and Special Events. I move passage of this item by the most favorable roll call of the Committee on Finance and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
The next 4 items are appointments as members of the Advisory Council on Cultural Affairs and Special Events. A2022-28, Deborah Yepin Papan. A2022-27, Karu Wananabe. A2022-26, Edra Soto. A2022-25, Blake Anthony Johnson. I move passage of these items by the first favorable roll call vote on the Committee of Finance and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Madam President. That concludes my report.
Chairman, I did not hear the names Tanika Lewis Johnson, Bill Michael, or Koya Paz. Were those on your list for the first item?
Who did you say again, Madam President?
Tanika Lewis Johnson, Bill Michael, and Koya Paz.
I have Tanika Lewis Johnson, I mentioned her, and Koya Paz. I failed to mention them.
Did you, I did not hear them. What about Bill Michael?
Okay, I might have skipped a line here then, so you want me to go back to it?
If you could.
Okay, all right, I'm gonna go back to the first item, which is the reappointments, and that's A2022-29, the reappointment of Juan Dees, Bob Faust, Robert Gomez, Esther Grisham Grimm, Tracy D. Hall, Akila S. Haley, Kevin Lega Jeff, Tanika Lewis Johnson, Bill Michael, Koya Paz, Myrna Salazar, and Vivian Tang. As members of the Advisory Council on Cultural Affairs and Special Events, I move passage of this item by the most favorable roll call of the Committee on Finance and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Jeff, for catching that.
Next up, the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Chairman Brookins.
Good morning, good afternoon, Madam President, members of the City Council. Reporting on your Committee on Transportation and Public Way, a meeting which was held on March 17, 2022. The following ordinances were passed by a majority of the members present. Page 2 include one ordinance for grant of privilege introduced by the local alderman of the 21st Ward. Pages 3 and 4 include 17th ordinances for miscellaneous items introduced by the local alderman from wards 2, 5, 8, 13, 19, 27 through 30, 34, 40 through 43, and 45. On page 5 includes one ordinance for transportation item introduced by the local alderman in the 41st Ward. On page 6 includes one ordinance for subdivision introduced by the local alderman in the 3rd Ward. Madam President, if there are no objections, I move passage of these items by the last most favorable roll call vote for the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Madam President, that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Next up, the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Chairman Tunney.
Madam President and members of the City Council, presenting a series of reports for your Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards, which held a meeting on March 22nd of 2022. These reports are grouped for convenience. The following items were passed by a majority of members present. Pages 1 through 8 contain various map amendments in the 1st, 16th, 17th, 18th, 21st, 24th, 25th, 26th, 27th, 29th, 32nd, 35th, 36th, 38th, 45th, and 47th wards. I move passage of these items by the last most favorable roll call vote of the Finance Committee report and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider, noting that document number 02022-3995 for the property known as 5016 West Lawrence Avenue will be held in committee.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Page 8 contains document number OR 2022-40, the demolition of a non-contributing building in the East Village Landmark District located at 843 North Walcott. I move passage of this item by the same motion if there is no objection, noting the exception of a no vote from Alderman La Spada.
Noting the no vote, the chair recognizes Alderman Hopkins. Alderman Hopkins would like to be
Alderman Hopkins, yeah.
Alderman Hopkins would like to be recorded as a no vote. With those two exceptions, hearing no other objections, so ordered.
And page 8 contains various large signs over 100 square feet in area, 24 feet above grade, in the 4th, 17th, and 42nd wards. I move passage of these items by the same motion if there's no objection.
Objection, so ordered.
Madam President, that concludes my report.
Thank you. Next up, the Joint Committee on Finance and Environmental Protection and Energy, Chairman Cardenas.
Thank you, Madam President and members of the City Council, reporting for your Joint Committee on Finance and Environmental Protection and Energy, which held a virtual meeting on Monday, March 21st, 2022. The Joint Committee recommends passage of the following item: 02022-672, an amendment of the Municipal Code Section 2-32-515 regarding city investments in coal, oil, and gas reserve owning companies. If any of my colleagues would like to speak on this item, I'm happy to yield the floor at this time.
Any members of the body wish to speak to this matter?
Thank you, Madam President. I believe we've had a press conference this morning. We've had plenty of comment during committee hearings. So now I move passage of this item by the last most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and its associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Madam President, that concludes my report.
Thank you. All right. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, the agreed calendar. Chairman Harris.
Thank you, Madam President. I've received from the clerk, Anna M. Valencia, a total of 168 items proposed for the agreed calendar, consisting of congratulatory, commemorative, tributary resolutions for the following aldermen: Alderman Hopkins, Alderman Sawyer, Alderman Harris, Alderman Salarchi Garza, Alderman Quinn, Alderman Burke, Alderman Lopez, Alderman Coleman, Alderman Rodriguez, Alderman Cicho Lopez, Alderman Villegas, Alderman Mitz, Alderman Nugent, Alderman Riley, Alderman Gardner, Alderman Osterman, and Alderman Haddon. I move passage of the agreed calendar by the omnibus.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Thank you.
Next up, new business. Madam Clerk, call the awards, beginning with the first.
Claims, free permits, license fee exemptions, which are referred to the Committee on Finance. Zoning amendments, which are referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Traffic regulations, traffic control signals, and traffic signs, which are referred to the Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety. Grants of privilege on and over the public way, which are referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. An exemption from physical barrier requirement for commercial driveway alley access for parking facilities, which are referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderman Lispada has a proposed order for the issuance of permits for signboards at 1341 North Paulina Street, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderman Hopkins has a proposed ordinance for amendment of municipal code, Titles 4 and 7, to regulate charitable food vendors, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderman Hopkins also has a proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as Rudy Malnati Jr. Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderman Beal has a proposed order for an historical landmark fee waiver for the property at 11114 through 11116 South Champlain Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderman Sadlowski Garza has a proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as Jesus Chuy Negrete Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderman Garza also has proposed ordinance for amendment of municipal code, section 10-30-020, to further regulate permit requirements for installation or maintenance of telecommunications equipment on, over, or under the public way, which is referred to the Committee on Workforce Development. Alderman Burke has proposed orders for the issuance of permits for signboards, which are referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderman Lopez and others have a proposed order for revocation of Moscow, Russia's sister city status in Chicago's Sister City program, which is referred to the Committee on Special Events, Cultural Affairs, and Recreation. Alderman Brookins has a proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as Louis Albert Fitzgerald Jr. Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderman Rodriguez has a proposed resolution for expression of support for H.R. 5124, Manufacturing Reinvestment Corporation Act, to expand funding manufacturing development, which is referred to the Committee on Workforce Development. Alderman Tabarez has a proposed order for the issuance of permits for signboards at 5320 South Pulaski Road, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderman Tabarez and others have a proposed ordinance for amendment of municipal code, Chapter 2-156, by modifying various sections to further regulate lobbying by elected city officials and family members, which is referred to the Committee on Ethics and Government Operations. Two committees called. The matter is referred to the Committee on Committees and Rules. Alderman Scott has a proposed ordinance for amendment of municipal code, section 4-60-023, to allow additional packaged goods licenses on portions of West Roosevelt Road, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderman Cicho Lopez has a proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as Avenida Fiesta del Sol, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderman Cicho Lopez also has a proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as Mary Dolores Espinoza Maltos Honorary Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderman Burnett has a proposed ordinance for approval of North Morgan Plaza re-subdivision, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderman Burnett also has proposed orders for the issuance of permits for signboards, which are referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderman Cardone has proposed orders for amendment of municipal code sections 4-60-022 and 4-60-023 to disallow additional alcoholic liquor and packaged goods licenses on portions of North Cicero Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderman Rodriguez Sanchez has a proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as Carlos F. Pagan Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderman Rodriguez Sanchez also has a proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as John E. Byrne Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderman Rodriguez Sanchez and others have a proposed resolution reaffirming of Chicago's status as a welcoming city and sanctuary for refugees fleeing violence in Ukraine, which is referred to the Committee on Immigrant and Refugee Rights. Alderman Austin has a proposed order for the issuance of permits for signboards at 801 West 119th Street, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderman Ramirez Rosa has a proposed resolution for submission of a public question by referendum to Chicago voters at the February 28, 2023 election, proposing to change Community Commission for Public Safety and Accountability powers and duties, which is referred to the Committee on Committees and Rules. Alderman Villegas has a proposed ordinance for amendment of municipal code sections 2-92-440 and 2-92-460 to further regulate target market program contracts, which is referred to the Committee on Contracting, Oversight, and Equity. Two committees have been called. The matter is referred to the Committee on Committees and Rules. Alderman Villegas has a proposed resolution to call for elected officials to join Mayor's Monarch Pledge, aiding in conservation and growth of monarch butterfly population, which is referred to the Committee on Environmental Protection and Energy. Alderman Villegas also has a proposed resolution to call for subject matter hearings on fleet electrification implementation, which is referred to the Committee on Economic, Capital, and Technology Development. Alderman Villegas also has a proposed resolution to call on the United States Senate to confirm U.S. Supreme Court nominee the Honorable Ketanji Brown Jackson, which is referred to the Committee on Health and Human Relations. And a proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as Honorary Sam Rosen Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderman Villegas and others have proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Chapter 2-8, by replacing current sections 2-8-300 through 2-8-810 with new section 2-3-300 through 2-8-810 regarding redistricting of city wards, which is referred to the Committee on Committees and Rules. Alderman Mitz has a proposed ordinance for an amendment of Municipal Code, Section 4-60-023, to allow additional packaged goods licenses on portions of West Grand Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderman Napolitano has proposed orders for the issuance of permits for signboards, which are referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderman Riley has proposed orders for the issuance of permits for signboards, which are referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderman Gardner has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 4-60-023, to allow additional packaged goods licenses on portions of West Lawrence Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderman Gardner also has a proposed order for the issuance of permits for signboards at 4715 West Irving Park Road, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderman Martin has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Chapter 2-78, regarding charges filed with the Chicago Police Board following discharge recommendations from Police Department and removal of disciplinary recommendations for deceased members of the Police Department, which is referred to the Committee on Public Safety. Alderman Haddon has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 4-60-023, to allow additional packaged goods licenses on portions of North Clark Street, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderman Haddon also has a proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as Honorary Cuneen Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Your Honor, that concludes aldermanic introductions.
Thank you, sir. Next up, approval of the journal. Alderman Mitchell.
President, I am not aware of any corrections to the journal from the February 23rd, 2022 or March 16, 2022, and move that both be approved.
Hearing no objections, so ordered. Alderman Mitchell, unfinished business.
Madam President, I am aware of one item of unfinished business that was noticed pursuant to Rule 41. It is a settlement order for Wright versus City of Chicago, cited as 20-CV-07688. I defer to Chairman Wagispack.
Chairman Wagispack.
Thank you, Madam President. I do have one item I noticed up pursuant to Rule 41, a settlement order for Mia Wright et al. Versus City of Chicago, cited as 20-CV-07688, which was deferred and published and appears in the Journal Proceedings of February 23rd, 2022 as Order 2022-56. If no one wishes to speak on the item, I move passage by a roll call vote.
Are any members of the body wish to speak to this matter? Chairman Wegesbeck, I think it would be helpful to the members, since it was deferred and published, just to give a little more explanation as to what the matter is.
Yes,
so
Madam
that members
President.
know what they're voting on.
I think this is most well known as the Brickyard Mall case or settlement. This was the case that arose from an incident that took place on May 31st, 2020, where we heard information about 5 plaintiffs who are named in this as plaintiffs in this settlement driving to the Brickyard Mall to shop at Target. They were stopped by officers. The officers pulled the plaintiffs out of the car. They were striking the windows of the car to break them. Plaintiffs were detained, and plaintiffs alleged that the city had, in this case, as with many others, used unjustified excessive force as a means of crowd control, and that the city failed to supervise, investigate, and discipline the police officers and maintain a code of silence. As a lot of you recall, we had pretty robust discussion in the Committee on Finance as well as the City Council, and then when it was deferred and published, we produced did a Rule 41 notice at 2 o'clock on February 23rd to have this heard today.
A roll call vote has been called for. Madam Clerk?
The voting is open. Please refresh if you need to, and the voting will come back. Hit refresh and then place your vote. If you're having difficulty, raise your hand, please. Voting is closed. Yeah. Yeah, got it. Alderman Coleman, did you want to cast your vote? Alderman Cardenas, I need you to cast your vote. Alderman Talaferro. All right, Alderman Burnett, Alderman Scott, Alderman Coleman, Alderman Solowski Garza. Technical difficulties. Okay, 1 second. Alderman Burnett. Oh, technical, okay.
Anyone requiring assistance, raise your hand.
Walter, Sue. All right, we got, those are the last two. Scott's not here. We were on a roll. They got it? Alderman Burnett's casting now. Refresh. Yeah. Alderman, for sake of time, if you can't get it, we can just do a voice vote for you too. Aye. Alderman Garza is aye. And Alderman Burnett, vote, you could just do a voice vote. Oh, he's voting. Okay, refresh. Burnett, yes. And Solowski is a yay. Yeah, add yay. Add, yeah. Okay, the vote, Solowski Garza? Garza is a yes. All right, the voting is now closed. Close the vote. All right, Mayor, the voting is closed.
All right, the yeas are 34, the nays are 13. The matter passes. Alderman Kappelman on the motion for reconsideration.
Madam President, I move to reconsider the vote.
All those in favor of the motion for reconsideration signify by saying aye. All those opposed say nay. The nays have it. The motion for reconsideration fails. Chairman Wagasback, anything more?
No, Madam President, I have no other items up for Rule 41.
All right, Alderman Mitchell, is there any other unfinished business?
I'm not aware of any unfinished business.
All right. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, miscellaneous business. Alderman Mitchell.
Madam President, I am aware that one item of miscellaneous business was added to the agenda for today. I defer to Chairman Harris.
Chairman Harris.
President. Thank you, Madam President. I've submitted to the clerk a resolution which creates a special committee on the Chicago Casino and establishes membership. Rule 41 of our rules allows for the immediate consideration of this item. The special committee will consider matters within the jurisdiction of the city related to the establishment of a casino. I've moved passage of this item by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered. The chair recognizes, I'm sorry I didn't see you. I'm going to go to Siccho Lopez, and I'll go to you. Then I'll go to, the chair recognizes Alderman Siccho Lopez.
Can we have a roll call?
Are you asking for a roll call, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes, ma'am.
The roll call vote has been asked. Madam Clerk. Before the roll call, the chair recognizes, sorry, are you raising your hand? Yes, sir.
Oh, thank you, Madam President. I just had a quick question. Is the termination date the date that the casino is up and running or established? I was just curious to know that when I read the resolution. I was unclear about that. Or is that, I mean,
If
I don't
I
know.
may, looks like the resolution, section 4, says pursuant to Rule 38, unless otherwise ordered by a majority of the City Council, this resolution shall expire and be repealed of its own accord on the City Council's receipt of a final report from the committee stating the fact of its dissolution, and on that date, the committee will be discharged without a vote. Chairman Harris, is it the intention of this resolution that once the full body votes on casino applicant to propose to the IGB, that the committee will terminate?
Okay, thank you.
Does that answer your question?
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to know what the termination action was. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Alderman Moore.
The committee is made up of the chairs and vice chairs, is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
Thank you.
But I would also add that I believe it's anticipated that all members of the body, like with the Budget Committee, will be able to participate in the proceedings of the committee.
All right, thank you.
Chairman, or
Chair, I think there's a little bit of clarification. I think that the original resolution that was submitted by Chairman Michelle Harris was removed for our desk and was replaced with another one. So whereas the chairman of committee should be Alderman Tom Tunney and Jason Irvin, it was replaced with another one that said should be members of the City Council. So can we get clarification, and for members that don't have the copy from Chairman Harris to get a copy? Thank you.
Chairman Harris, do you want to clarify that?
Just one. Yes, we can go ahead with the roll call, but could we ask someone to come back, because they were all, the copies of my resolution were placed on everyone's desk somehow, some of them.
So
Right.
No, yours
This-
is wrong. No, hers has her name on it, so they came by and took the one with her name off and submitted.
I have you, I'll get to you.
Well, whoever did it.
Okay,
hers has-
we are voting on the one that says, for clarification, for resolution, it just says regular resolution. And so that's what we're doing a roll call vote on, Madam President. Not the one that says substitute.
The chair recognizes Alderman Beal.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, first, I'm taken aback on the fact that we are creating a new committee to provide the same functions that this body does every single day. And I don't believe that it is the responsibility of this body to be making the decisions that people in the administration should be making. This body votes on recommendations. And I believe that this body has all the committees necessary to provide the same functions that this committee is being created to do. And we all know that we want to create a committee with the chairs and the vice chairs because we know that that's the point of least resistance. We understand that. But that is not what this body is designed to do. This body is still the checks and balances of this city. And so, Madam Chairman, with that, I would like to offer up a substitute to this ordinance to include every member of this body instead of the select chosen few that is presented in the original proposal. So with that, I make a motion for a substitute.
Well, Alderman Beal, there's a pending roll call vote on the table. We're going to vote on the original resolution, and then we will get to your matter. I believe that Alderman Sigcho Lopez, Chair recognizes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I have you.
Since there's another motion, I'll pull back my motion of a roll call because there's another motion on the floor. This is a very, very important issue in our council, and I think that we need to have the facts straight. The 25th Ward, in particular, will be directly affected, and leaving our constituents without a voice in this committee, I find it problematic and undemocratic. I urge my colleagues to think about the effects of this decision. This is indeed a citywide decision, but it's a decision that will have direct impact for a few of the wards, and all the persons representing these wards need to have a voice, need to represent their constituents. I urge my colleagues, especially chairs and vice chairs, to be mindful of this decision. I do think that we need to have every single member in this committee, and I want to make sure that our community has a voice in this set-so. So I will pull out my motion for a roll call as we consider Alderman Beal's motion to have every single member in this committee.
There's two more members that have raised their hand that we will recognize. First, Alderman Vasquez, and then three more members. King, and then Lopez, and Ramirez Rosa.
Thank you, Madam President. I think this highlights why some of us want our own parliamentarian, because we see the confusion all the time. I had a point.
With due respect, Alderman.
That was.
Disagree.
I have a question, because this kind of rushed through, and I didn't find out I was on the committee till yesterday. So I guess with all the confusion and people not understanding what's here, one question I have is, post the dissolution of this committee, what happens to anything else that's casino-related that needs to come before the council? I think there's a lot of questions, so right now I would be more inclined to have the body of the whole be the one that makes a decision, so just wanted to make the case for that.
The chair recognizes Alderman King.
Thank you, Madam President. As somebody who had 3 out of the 5 casinos scheduled to be in their ward, I certainly understand having a voice. And so, you know, I said this to the staff. I said it in meetings, and I'll say it here. I do believe that at least the aldermen who are impacted in the communities around them need to be on this committee, and that needs to be taken under consideration. I also feel this is a very, as you know, big decision for our city, and so I would also say that if we wanted to include everybody, that would be good. But at the very least, it should be aldermen whose wards can be directly impacted. Their constituents need to have a voice. One other thing I want to say publicly that I've been saying to the staff before is that this is an important decision. I don't think that operators of casinos should be determining where in our city a casino should be located. I think that as a city, we should determine that based on revenue, based on impact to community, both negative and positive, impact on transportation, and then picking the best operator. So I just want to say that publicly, but this is a decision that is very big for our community. I know that my community has been, involved because, like I said, 3 out of the 5 were selected originally in the 4th Ward. There's still 1, but I think this is something that the whole City Council respectfully should be involved. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Alderman Lopez.
Thank you, Madam President, and good afternoon, members of the City Council. We need to clarify some things first off. This is the packet that was on all our desks. The resolution from today was never included in what we are discussing right now. It wasn't stolen, it wasn't taken, it was never given. This is the one that was published online on the city clerk's. 1 page, 1 line. A resolution creating special city council committee on Chicago Casino and establishing its membership. Nothing to the text of what we're discussing. That is all the public, that is all the members have been given. We got an email last night at about 7:30 p.m., which many of you, by the sounds of it, didn't get. That is why there's such an uproar over what we're doing. Alderman Beal has made a motion to amend the mystery resolution to incorporate every member in this body so that we don't wind up with parking meters 2.0 in the form of a casino. That is what we need to focus on, being able to participate. There's no shenanigans, there's nothing going on with how this was going on. This is about transparency. And when you can't even provide members with the actual documentation to create, the ones playing games aren't us standing up at the moment. And I would say, Madam President, that we can amend this. We can accept the motion to amend it, because that is well within our rules to amend, as we've done countless times on the floor even, to address matters of substance.
Any other members? Madam, the chair recognizes Alderman Garza.
Yeah, I just would like to say, I believe I heard my colleague, Chairman Harris, say that everyone is invited to attend these. Did I hear that?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
If the chair recognizes Alderman Ramirez Rosa first, then Hairston, and then Tunney.
Madam President, I think that there's a greater philosophical question that we're being asked when we vote on this item. It's the question of what kind of council do we want to be? Do we want to be a council that is deliberative, that is democratic, that is transparent, that is inclusive, that seeks to better the way that we do government so that we are good government? Or do we want to do things rushed? Do we want to do things that leave folks out of the process? I think many of us here were elected on a commitment to bring in good government. Many of us here have fought in many different ways to advance that goal in different pieces of legislation that have been proposed, some of them passed. Our president ran on a commitment to bring in the light. But when I look at this rush resolution that was sent last night with individuals who are listed as being members of this committee and this resolution having told me that they actually don't even want to be on this committee, when I look at folks who this could be in their ward, and they have said that they would like to be on this committee because this would impact their ward, I think that we've got to rethink the way that this is being done right now. This is not bringing in the light. This is not transparency. This is not good government. I think that the substitute that has been brought forward is fair. I wish that as a body we would consider that. But if the only option that's being presented to me right now as a member of this body is an up or down vote as the resolution as it stands, I've got to be a no. I wish that we would either hold this to have more time to discuss this. This committee issue, this casino issue, has been before this administration for a very long time. There's no reason why months ago the administration couldn't have convened a group of briefings to say, hey, we're thinking about doing a special committee. What do you all think? Who do you think should be on it? Who's interested in being on it? They chose not to. And then last night, we get emailed this resolution, a resolution which was not even included in our packets, and we're told now you got to do an up or down vote. This is not good process. This is not good government. This is not transparency. So my hope would be that we would hold this item. My hope would be that we could bring in the substitute and vote on that substitute to allow every member of this body to be part of this special committee. But if those are not options to us right now, then unfortunately I'm a no. So I will be voting no because I believe that it's time to bring in the light. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Alderwoman Hairston.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the City Council. You know, I keep hearing these words like shenanigans, trickery, and deceit. And the ones who are talking about it are the ones just tried to put that over on this body here today with trickery, deceit, and shenanigans. Anybody that knows what their job is know that you don't have to be a member of the committee in order to participate in committee hearings. Know what your job is. That's part of being democratic and inclusive. It's participating. Not just when your name is at the top of the list, but even when your name is not on the list. To some of you new ones, if you're not on a committee, you should be going to some of those committees. That's how you learn. So, and of all these people who want to take their names off the list and don't want to participate, that is your choice. You can say, take my name off the list. This is not difficult. I don't know what kind of point they're trying to make, but the point is not correct, and it's dishonest. And if we want to talk about change and bringing in the light, then turn on the lights in your own office. Thank you.
The chair recognizes, one moment. The chair recognizes Alderman Haddon, and Alderman Tunney, you'll have the last word.
Thank you, Madam President. We'll do the cool down from the 49th Ward because it's cooler by the lake. Thank you, WBZ. All right. I'll say that facts, we got this resolution via email at 6:30. Facts, I didn't have time to review it given all the preparation for today. I would agree with colleagues that we should have more time. Speaking to folks here on the floor, there are some people who want to be on the committee, and there are some folks who don't want to be on the committee. And to my colleagues, respectfully, if this was potentially in your ward, you would want to be on the committee or have the opportunity to submit your name. So I'd say I don't want to be on the committee. And I know that I participate in committees that I'm not named in, and I know that whatever decisions that committee makes, they'll come back to full city council. But hearing some of our colleagues, and I'm speaking to alder people here, knowing that some of our colleagues want to be on the committee, might we perhaps just take a break and see if those people can be added so that we can move on to get this committee created? I just submit that as an offering. It seems like a good solution if there are some people who want to be added to just let them be on there. So thank you, Madam President.
Chairman Tunney.
Thank you, Madam President. Obviously, I accept the responsibility if my colleagues would allow me to be chairperson of it. I do want to say the way that I've run my zoning committee is in deference, many of you know, to the interests of the local alderpersons And I definitely plan to be running this committee, if so chosen by my colleagues, in a fair, democratic way and an expedient way to put a proposal that will come out of this committee, this select committee, and then vigorously debated. But I can tell you, in some aspects of this, we've been waiting, some of us have been waiting for 30 years for a casino revenue source to help our pensions. And I'm going to tell you something, we have to move forward in an expeditious manner. And with that, I would ask that we lay that motion on the table for the substitute resolution. Unless we want a roll call vote, but that might be the roll call on the laying the table. Lay it on the table.
We have a pending roll call vote on the original resolution. Let's get to that first. Can I just add, Chairman Harris, as a point of clarification?
Madam President, I renew my motion for us to have a roll call vote on this, on the item, the resolution.
May I offer a point of clarification before the members vote? As Chairman Tunney just said, it's been 30 years of futility, folks, before we've had the opportunity to get a casino. As you know, the 5 bidders were announced late last year, and there was an opportunity for public engagement at that time, and some of you took advantage of that opportunity. Led by the Chief Financial Officer, Jenny Bennett, there's been an extraordinary amount of additional diligence that has been done to make sure that we understood the ins and outs of these various proposals. And as I've directed the CFO in particular, we wanted to make sure that all of these proposals had solid financials. As you know, the state statute requires that the revenue from the casino in the first instance go to support our police and fire pensions, which were woefully underfinanced. But beyond that, this is not a venture where I don't think any of you want to go back to your residence and say, we're bailing out a casino operator. So the finances are critically important. Just on Tuesday, as you're aware, we announced 3 finalists that are going to be subject to extensive public engagement and debate. So all members of the body, all residents, and particularly taxpayers will have the opportunity to take their own measure of the viability of all of these 3 proposals. Given the fact that the different aspects of the casino proposal touch on amongst a variety of committees, there was a suggestion, and I support it, that we have in effect, a super committee, that we can put all the issues before that committee and really the entire body all at one time. Because the vast majority of the issues are related to zoning, we've asked Chairman Tunney to chair the meeting, and then Vice Chair, Chairman Irvin, because we care obviously a lot about the minority and women-owned component of this casino. Ample opportunity will be given to every single member of the body to participate, kick the tires if additional briefings are needed. And again, folks, this is a big momentous decision that will have to be made. Please, please, please take advantage of the briefings that are going to be given both by the committee and also by members of my staff who have spent a lot of time going through the numbers, asking all the hard questions. This has to be an iterative process where we hear from you and you hear from us, so we get this decision right. This is one of the most important decisions that this body is going to be involved with, maybe in a long time, if ever. It's been 30 years of futility. It's critically important for the financial future of the city that we get this right, and we want to maximize the opportunity for you all to understand the decision that ultimately you will be able you'll be called upon to make. That decision is not today. There's 3 finalists. There's not a finalist. So all this vote is about is setting up a structure for this body to be able to process the information so that you can ultimately have as good an information as possible when that vote does come down the road. So I wanted to make sure I gave that clarification. Chair recognizes Alderman Lopez.
Thank you, Madam President. I have a point of order regarding the motion to accept a substitute. A call for a roll call does not supersede a motion to accept the substitute. So we can, in fact, address that motion first before going to a roll call vote.
Well, there's a motion to lay the substitute on the table, and I believe that does supersede the motion. I don't believe that that's correct. Let me confer with the. The substitute ordinance on the table. We will have a roll call vote on that. Voting yes is to lay the substitute on the table. Voting no is to proceed with the substitute. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Hold on 1 second. We're just. No, it'll be electronic.
This is an electronic vote on the motion to lay the substitute resolution on the table.
Voting is now open. The voting is now open. Raise your hand if you need help.
Alderman Burnett?
Yes, motion to lay it on the table, the substitute. Start casting your vote, please.
Yes, voting yes is to lay it on the table.
Please make sure you cast your vote. The voting is still open. Alderman Laspada, please cast your vote. Alderman Coleman, please cast your vote. Alderman David Moore, please cast your vote. Alderman Burnett. Okay, we'll get yours. Alderman Gardner, please vote. Alderman David, okay, Alderman Moore voted. Can you change Alderman Burnett? He's a yes, he's voice voting. No, just change it. Alderman Sawyer, please vote. Please cast your vote. Alderman Sawyer, please cast your vote. Alderman Burnett's in. Alderman Gardner, please cast your vote. Alderman Sawyer, please cast your vote. Make sure you hit cast. Alderman Gardner's in. Alderman Sawyer, make sure you hit the cast button. Ian, can you help Sawyer? Oh. Please cast your vote. Please cast your vote. Alderman Sawyer. Alderman Sawyer. Please refresh. Alderman Sawyer, did you cast your vote?
Let's close the vote.
Okay, there we go. Great. The vote is now closed. Mayor, the vote is closed.
The vote is closed. The yeas to lay it on the table are 27. The nays are 19. The motion to lay it on the, all right, the yeas are 28. The nays are 19. The motion to lay it on the table passes. There is a pending motion to approve the resolution brought by Chairman Harris. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a roll call vote on that.
324, right? Okay. Tell me when it's open. The voting is now open. The voting is open. Please cast your vote. Raise your hand if you need help. The voting is open.
The vote has started, sir. I'm sorry. I apologize, I cannot hear you. Can you talk into your microphone? Can you give Alderman Vasquez his microphone? turn it on.
Clarification on. So for the, what's being, there's no need to suspend the rules to introduce this direct introduction. We're voting on the actual ordinance. Is that clear?
That's correct.
Thank you. Just want clarity on that.
So the vote is on the resolution. A yes vote is in support of the resolution, a nay vote is against the resolution.
Alderman, if you can read on the top of your screen too, it should give you a title of the vote too. Looking at this one. Okay. All right, Alderman King, please cast your vote. Alderman Coleman, please cast your vote. Alderman Curtis, please cast your vote. Alderman Taylor, please cast your vote. Alderman Maldonado, please cast your vote. Alderman Martin. Okay, Maldonado's doing his. We'll get his. Alderman Martin, please cast your vote. Okay, Alderman Martin, I got you in. Alderman Coleman. Alderman Maldonado, we're working on. Alderman Taylor, please cast your votes. My thing's down. Okay. Alderman Taylor. Can someone help Alderman Taylor, please? Alderman Maldonado? You could do voice vote. Yes, Alderman Maldonado is a yes. We'll schedule, can you please put him as a yes? Alderman Taylor, voice vote, yay or nay? Nay. Can you please add Alderman Taylor as a nay? Okay, the vote is now. Nay. Nay. Okay, the voting is now closed. The voting is closed.
The yeas are 35, the nays are 12. The motion passes. Alderman Kampelman on the motion for reconsideration.
I move to reconsider the vote.
All those in favor of the motion for reconsideration signify by saying aye. All those opposed say nay. The nays have it. The motion for reconsideration fails. Anything further, Chairman Harris? Anything further, Chairman Harris?
Madam President, thank you, and I'd like to welcome the chairman, Alderman Tunney. And I'm going to pray for you, but I'm going to be here sitting in the meetings. I'm going to be here sitting in the meetings with you. Thank you so much, Madam President. I have nothing further.
Alderman Mitchell, the date and time of the next meeting.
Madam President, I handed up an ordinance to the clerk setting the date and time of the next meeting.
Madam Clerk.
Be it ordained by the City Council of the City of Chicago, the next regular meeting of the City Council of the City of Chicago shall be held on Wednesday, April 27, 2022, beginning at 10 a.m. in the Council Chamber on the second floor in City Hall, 121 North LaSalle Street, Chicago, Illinois. If prior to then there is a termination in accordance with Section 70 of the Open Meetings Act that an in-person meeting is not practical or prudent due to COVID-19, the next regular meeting of the City Council may be conducted by video conference in accordance with applicable law. Any such determination will be posted on the City Clerk's website along with an amended meeting agenda indicating that the meeting will be conducted by video conference by 10 a.m. on Monday, April 25th, 2022. The ordinance shall take effect and be enforced after its passage.
Alderman Mitchell.
I move passage in the omnibus.
Hearing no objection, and so ordered. Alderman Mitchell in the omnibus.
Madam President, I move that matters in the omnibus be passed by the first most favorable roll call vote by the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered. Alderman Mitchell on the motion to adjourn.
There being no further business before the body, I move that we adjourn.
Hearing no objection, so ordered. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And congratulations on your first electronic voting venture.